24 on 24 gives me life. No other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Carve a place out for us, because no one was a vibe. Finally a show to love. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's not lonely at the top, 'cause everyone's right here. For us there is no hard stop. Forever in your ear. 24 on 24 gives me life. No other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Copy me, I know you will. I do it first every time. Your shit is stale, no one cares, but he's gonna shine. I'm just a baby. Your dad loves me more. I say what everyone is thinking. Typical forever hard. 24 on 24 gives me life. No other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. No more repos, mama got her bag. I do what I please and do it with ease. Number one show in all the land. Haters listen longer. Everyone say hi to Jim. Let's lock in. It's time to ride. Pack Ford over everybody. Now, 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 now. Now, 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 now. Now, 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 now. Love for my besties and bunnies.
Good morning. Welcome to 24 on 24. Megan Fox is the biggest bully on the internet. I hope someone had under 10 seconds for me mentioning other content creators in their bet about when and if I was going to talk about other content creators for this week. You don't own me. You're not in charge of me. Have you ever, tell me you haven't listened to my show before, Megan. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I please, and I do it with ease. Do you motherfuckers think that I'm going to let you walk around the internet for life and be like, I got Jess Machado to stop talking about people for fucking 7 days, 5 days? No. Go earn your street cred somewhere else. Good morning. I'm wearing my shirt that says wifey, something that someone that is related to Aiden Carney would never be wearing. Good morning. Hi, how are you? My name's Jess. You're listening to 24 on 24. Maybe you're watching it. We're in the house today. We're in the home studio. Oh, I see Amy's here. Good morning, Melissa. Good morning. Hi, how are you? We're going to get right the motherfuck into it. We're not waiting. I've been chomping at the bit for days. You know how there's like opening credits, you get your song, you got to ease into it. No, raw dogging 24 on 24 right now. We're going to start with court documents. 8:06 a.m., court docs. All right. So let's get into it. We're not going to do too much about Aiden Carney. We're going to wait for him to do his valid truth journey about me. The man is fighting for his motherfucking life, and he's got spreadsheets about how often Jess Machado talks about him. Cry about it. And also, when you're done with me, do every other content creator in your fucking circle. When you're done, do Will, do Baker, do everybody. Get them all ready. And then start doing, you don't have time. You're fighting for your life. Don't worry. We're going to do it. Don't worry. We've got people to do it. Don't worry. We'll show that too. And we're actually going to take it further because you're lazy. You don't even have anyway, we're not giving all the tricks of the trade out now. What you're watching right now is Aiden Carney do damage control. This man got involved in something that he should have never got involved in. And like everything else in his life, he doesn't know when to quit. He doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't know when it's actually harmful to him. And so he is just like doubling, tripling, quadrupling all of the things down on hating Jess Machado. At this point now, we are in the Jess Machado must be completely discredited phase of his valid truth journey against me. If you don't know the next step in this, just go back and watch the valid truth journey about Meredith and you will see what's next. But in the meantime, we are now, listen, it's, take a second and breathe, Jessica. Chestnut checkers, chestnut checkers, chestnut checkers. This is new. This one is my favorite.
But it's just like, no, you extinguish it by making her a social pariah. Like, because this is a problematic person that if you want to be friends with her, go. If you want to like follow her and be like, I'm a bunion.
Yeah, you know when I became a problem for Aiden Carney? When I publicly admitted that he recorded Karen Reed. I became a problem for Aiden Carney when he convinced other content creators to lie and say that they never heard a recording of him recording Karen Reed after his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, who he fucked over, exposed him for recording Karen Reed. And when everybody, for whatever reason, and I'm not judging anybody, made the decision to publicly lie for him because not only did he ask and demand it, but you were worried about the repercussions if you don't. Day one, this bitch was like, not only did I hear it, but I'm telling you I heard it. And that's it. This is when Jess Machado became a problem for Aiden Carney. Every time he says, like last night he's trying to like convince everybody that Kimberly and I are like not okay. Kimberly was right about her. Kimberly was right about Jess Machado. Everything she ever said about Jess Machado was right. Oh, you mean back then when I was told that Meredith said 3 content creators heard a recording of Karen Reed. And then when you told me I recorded Karen Reed and then you played it for me. And then I asked you, who else did you play this for? And you said Nurse Kim and Will the Glarer. And then when Meredith came out and was just like, I know he played it for 3 content creators. You think I'm going to sit around here and wait for the fucking other shoe to drop? Absolutely not. Got right out of spaces. I was like, yep, I heard it. Yep, I heard it. Now, I never said who played it for me. I think it's pretty obvious at this point. Aiden Carney called me and played the recording of Karen Reed because he wanted me to suck his balls and make him feel better about the fact that Karen, while not knowing she was being recorded, got pissed off at Aiden for all the shit that he was doing. Yes, I can see why you don't like me. I can see why you faked it the whole time. I can see why you lied about being friends with me. I can see that how all the way back then you were like this bitch. And now it's all coming out now. Let it discredit me. Do everything. Listen, do you understand? Does everybody understand? In the past 3 months, I have been accused of stealing from veterans, squatting in a home, child abuse, whatever. I mean, you name it. I'm one person and there's like 7 different accusations levied upon me. And I maintain this like weird mentality where it's like, I don't want to give this credibility by disputing it because that looks sloppy. It looks desperate. It looks like that doesn't work anymore. So we're going to get right into court documents. I also saw, I don't watch his show anymore because it's almost like It's frustrating. It's uncomfortable. It's cringe. There's another part in here. I don't know if it was this one or another one where he's talking about like the Betero thing, where he's like, oh, last fall, Meredith posted that Aiden lost Betero as an attorney. Aiden's leaving out the fact that he called me on my phone and was like, I lost Betero. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, Bettero's out. And I was like, okay. And then shortly thereafter, Meredith posted it. So then I said he lost Betero. And then on his show, he's lying. He flat lies. And he's just like, oh yeah, you called me. You called me and you told me that Betero was out. It was your words. You called me. You were so distraught. You were so upset. And Meredith confirmed what you told me online. And maybe you lied. Maybe you were just like, you felt like he was out. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You told me he was out. You told me you lost Betero. And Meredith also posted that you lost Betero. That's not what we're going to talk about today. We're going to wait for him to do his valid truth journey that he is investing hours in. Okay. Yeah, there's a spreadsheet. It's so bizarre. We are going to go over some court documents, but before we do that, I would like to share a screen. Thank you for joining me. This is some documents from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is between a woman named Jessica Geary. She was married to a man, Michael J. Geary. Now, I have reason to believe that I authenticated court documents like a real journalist through multiple facets, that this is hellfish, okay? So the person who intersected and started to double down on the bullshit that I lied about my donation to the veterans and that it wasn't authentic, and then took the time to share it with the biggest husky mouthpiece out there, Valerie. This man has a court doc. This is him. This is him. The address in these court documents is the same address that this man resided at. So it's the same address, same person. This is a judgment for divorce, and it looks as if this man, he owed the following amounts of money to his wife. The court finds that the plaintiff owed the following amounts of money to the defendant: $58,500 from a joint bank account. This man drained a joint bank account. $2,300 for unauthorized use of charges on a card account for the plaintiff, $14,000 for the plaintiff's missing jewelry, $5,031, which represents one half of a joint loan that the defendant has failed to pay. The plaintiff is now being sued by the creditor for the full amount of $10,000, and $400 that was ordered by this court to be paid by the defendant on February 19th. The total amount of $80,231. He must pay this lump sum amount to the plaintiff on or before February 2016. So seems like a really awesome guy to be married, awesome guy to run a veterans agency, nonprofit, not file taxes, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there's that. Let's get to some new documents. So stop sharing that. Okay. I share a lot of my life, a lot. This is moving around a lot. It's stressing me out. Stay here. Don't. Is that better, Jessica? Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I share a lot of my life. I share a lot of my family. And when people who don't know me or who don't follow this show regularly, or who aren't fans of, Just Machado Show, Bunny After Dark, 24 and 24, all of the shows. If you don't really know, and by the way, there is a group of people who have been following this from this show from day one. Some of those people come from before that or whatever. I share my family. I share my life. I share trials and tribulations of co-parenting, divorce, all of these things, because I believe there is nobody else out there talking about these things. If I I wish I could, but share every message, text message, email, Facebook message, Twitter message of people who message me, mostly women, who say, I'm so glad you talked about this. Nobody else talks about this. I feel less alone. Thank you for making me feel like it's not just me. I think I've explained this before. Doing that makes me feel better about myself. It makes me feel better about my life by hearing other people say that happened to me. So I put my life out there. What I put out there is susceptible to public scrutiny. It is susceptible to people making fun of it. It's there. And if I didn't talk about it, then you wouldn't get it. Like whatever, there are parts of my life that we don't talk about. Those things don't get discussed publicly. So when I talk about my husband, my family, or whatever, I have in the past talked a little bit about one of the biggest things in our life, which is my husband and his disconnect from his son over the past couple of years. We don't talk a lot about it. We talked about it one time. And the reason I talked about it was because I felt a couple things. One, I felt like I wasn't being authentic. I felt like there was always this thing in the background where I wasn't being honest. I talk about my 3 children all the time, but if prior to the start of this show, any literature you find about me, you see we were a family of 6, right? And so I always, I'm not saying just the optics of it, and somebody was going to be like, well, why is there one child missing? But it was also like, I'm not being honest. I'm leaving out like a massive part of our life, like a huge part of our life, which is a child. And it's so painful that it's very hard to talk about. Things that happened to me when I was a kid, right? So many years have passed. So it's still not easy to talk about, but it's definitely talkable. We can talk about it. What is not easy to talk about is something that we are currently going through. I shared a little bit, again, because I wanted to be authentic and honest, but there are a lot of parts to this that, because of personal health, HIPAA, lots of things, and also to protect the privacy of my husband's son, we can't discuss and we will not be discussing. I do feel confident that if we could, so many things would click into place for people. But that's neither here nor there. So currently, right now, we can't discuss some current things. However, we can discuss the things that Aiden Carney is bringing up and using to either discredit or exploit me, or kind of highlight that, like, this notion that my husband is like a bad person. And first and foremost, he's not giving you the whole story. He's only cherry picking parts of the story so that they fit the narrative that we are trash, we are scumbags, we are losers, right? Which for me is Aiden Carney putting a square peg into a round hole. Aiden has written stories about true scumbags, true people that have lost their children, abused their children, people in domestic violence situations. There's no doubt if you followed Aiden, you know the stories that he has brought to the forefront. And like, we are not in that category. We're just not in that category. We wouldn't be able to be the people that we are in our society, in our family, if we were any of the things that this person is like making us out to be. The number one reason why he is doing that is to discredit me, is to make people not believe me, make people think that if Jess Machado says something, it's not true. So that if I ever do talk about him, he can say, I've already laid out the foundation that this woman is not a credible person. She's a loser. They're scumbags. They're squatters. They don't have kids. Like, they lost a kid. Her husband's a deadbeat. He doesn't pay child support. All that stuff. This is a foundation to discredit me, so that if and when I ever do tell my story about him, he can just point to these spreadsheets and point to all of these court documents. Unfortunately, he's not doing the whole story, and I am equally as tenacious as he is. So let's get some work done, okay? So The court documents that Aiden Carney shared about my husband were the original court documents from when he and his wife got divorced. So my husband and his wife dated, got engaged, got married, had a baby, and bought a house all within a span of like several years. If you're Portuguese and you're a Portuguese man in this area, southeastern Massachusetts, you understand that there's kind of like a fast track to adulthood, right? And my husband joined the National Guard when he was 17, right out of high school, met his ex-wife several years after that, and it was fast track life, right? And looking back, I don't think they were really set up for success. I think, again, it was just like, this is what you do. You have two Portuguese families on either side. They're helping, they're doing all these things. And to be honest with you, it's my husband's story to tell as far as like what went wrong, but it wasn't really set up for success. There's a big part of, what people don't know is, they were married and they couldn't afford their life. They were living beyond their means. They had a lot of credit cards, and it was very stressful. My husband was estranged from his family when they were married. There was a lot of conflict. My husband hadn't seen his family for years, and he just went all in on his family. And then the family life that he had, disintegrated. And so divorces are messy, divorces are difficult, and everybody has a story. I think everybody who goes through a separation has some similar things, including Aiden, where he's making fun of my husband for staying on Kayla's insurance policy. Aiden is on Julie's insurance policy. Could still be today, whatever. But it was a very contentious situation. Now, all of the court doc, we're not going to go over what Aiden showed already, which were, by the way, not complete and out of order, but whatever. Each party makes an initial accusation about what's going on. And the very first documents that his ex-wife submitted had tons of accusations in them. Accusations of abuse, accusations of drug use, accusations of not being a good father, not seeing his child, all of the things. For example, statements made that my husband did not see his child on Christmas. Well, there was no court order in place, and it was just worked out between the families. My husband couldn't take his child for Christmas. He had to, it was come to my mother's house where I am and my whole family is. You can't bring anybody. Now they're in the middle of like a contentious divorce. The only time that you could see your child is to come to enemy territory, so to speak, and come over here. So my husband didn't go, naturally, and was told, let's just wait. Let's go to court. Let's do all these things. Now, the overall general speaking of this is every single solitary accusation that was made against my husband over the course of time and money proved not to be true. So if you're accused of drug abuse, you have to do a hair follicle test, which my husband, and in the court documents, will show passed with flying colors. If you're accused of child abuse or bad parenting, you have to get a guardian ad litem or whatever they're called. Pay out of pocket, supervised visits in a scenario or a place or a location, paying cash for every visit, paying for this person to observe. And then what happens after enough of time passes? The person has to write a report. The person has to tell the judge, this is what we find. I'm not sure why Aiden didn't share those documents, but the documents are that the guardian ad litem determined my husband was a suitable parent. So suitability, ultimately, after time and money and attorneys, was proven to be true. And once that happened, then it was all about parenting time and access to his child. Now, there are many men in the state of Massachusetts who do not have the resources to do what my husband did. After his divorce or his separation from his ex-wife, he reconnected with his family, and his parents financed all of the attorneys associated with this case to help my husband fight to gain access to his child after accusations of abuse and drugs and bad parenting or whatever. By the way, absolutely not one police report, not one arrest, not one proof of domestic violence, not one proof of child neglect, not one proof of drug use, nothing. My husband smoked weed at the time, weed. That's it. So my husband had to go through a very lengthy period of time of pain, being separated, losing his family, being separated from his child, reconnecting with his family who he hadn't seen in years, and navigating through a court system really at the whim of his parents who financed it for him. And he had to fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight just to gain access to his own child in a divorce that simply just had to happen because the marriage didn't work out. And someone who, and with all due respect to my husband's son, a woman who essentially wanted to completely cut ties with my husband and never have to see him again. And unfortunately, and in the court documents we're going to show today, a court doesn't like it when you view a child as a piece of property and you are trying to do everything you can to not co-parent with your child's father. So we're going to get into that. I forgot to pull this up, but if you give me a second, I'm going to do it. Actually, I'm not. Take my word for it. There's court documents that show after my husband, maybe we just pull them up. Stand by. Let's just get it. Hold on. Jeez. Okay. All right, let's share this page. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for waiting. All right. So let's go to, this is the divorce breakdown. Let's go to, this isn't my husband. Wrong court document. Where is this it? Is it this last one? Okay, sorry, Jesus. Okay. All right, so let's go to here. I don't know. There's a piece in here where it's like, oh, so here's the appointment of Donna, who is the guardian ad litem. And so this goes to show that, and this was at the request of my husband. He asked for there to be proof that he was a good parent. And then right here. So this Guardian ad litem report was assigned a due date of March 29th. At this time, the father has supervised contact with the minor child at a visitation center. A recommendation was proposed to council on March 7th that this restriction be lifted and the second phase of parental contact be implemented and monitored. Due to these circumstances, the case is not ready for court and additional time is necessary to properly monitor and oversee the parenting contact. So the first step, he passed with flying colors, which was he was being supervised at a center. The next step was for them to supervise him in his home. He passed that one too. And over time, all of these restrictions were lifted. This woman, Donna, basically, and we have the physical handwritten reports, I don't know if they're included here, was basically like, he is a doting, wonderful father. This is a very costly thing to do, this piece right here. I don't know if the rest of Donna Tobin's stuff in here is included. I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think so. So anyway, so this is so just not giving the full story. You know, so the most important thing is what we're going to see next. So after my husband's vindication, years later, I met my husband, and my husband told me about this whole scenario. He told me about the accusations of the drug use. He told me about the accusations, and basically the story at first was, you know, I had a bad divorce, and my husband told me like how he had to fight off all this stuff. I authenticated all of these things through that exact portal. I looked my husband up before I married him to kind of like get the complete other side of the story from like a court perspective, to make sure he was telling me the truth, to make sure everything. I didn't know this guy. I didn't know anybody that knew this guy, right? I'm thinking the guy's going to move in with me and my kids. I want to know. So I went in and I read the documents, and I'm smart enough to see that there were accusations, but ultimately he was vindicated and cleared of everything. So that's what you saw. After my husband and I are married, I just recognize there's no co-parenting, not real co-parenting, not the kind of co-parenting I have, not the kind of co-parenting I had with Jack and George's dad. Like, this was like minimal co-parenting. There was nothing in place. So we married, his ex-wife got married. During the time of her getting married, there was an argument over parenting time. There was an accusation that they had a drop off where she accused him of threatening her. Police never filed a report. There was nothing ever that there was no proof of anything that she said. If you look at all of these court documents, all of them, there's accusations and never proof. And then ultimately, what we're going to share today is we had a day in court where everything kind of got to a head, where it was, these are the things that we're asking for. Here's what we're being told. And a judge basically was like, okay. So the co-parenting was difficult, and it was not cohesive. It was very stressful. And ultimately, my husband and I discussed him being proactive and trying to gain more access to his child. He wanted to be able to speak to his son on the phone, on the days where he wasn't with his son. He wanted a more cohesive schedule for parenting time, so consecutive days as opposed to choppy days. He wanted to be able to sign his son up for sports, which she wouldn't do. And so after trying to get this with her regularly, like talking to her and being told no, then my husband went to her attorney and spoke with him, and he said no. And then we had no choice but to hire an attorney and go through court. And then even during the negotiations, our attorney and her attorney, we brought forth all of the matters. Absolutely none of it actually ever got approved by her. And almost every item made its way in front of the court. And then, as you will see, everything that the judge ordered. And then everything kind of went on as normal. But there was always an undertone of being very unhappy that she lost all of these things in court. And I don't want to talk about that today, but we will talk about these documents. So let's share them, okay? Because we know that Aiden would not. So let's do this. And then we'll do some other stuff. All right. Let's do this over here. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Let's get rid of that background. That's kind of stupid, right? We don't need that. All right, perfect. And I might not be able to see your comments for now, but let's just, okay. So this is a hearing that took place on 2015. So this is the transcript. So this is the judge, Mr. Brady, and this is Kayla's attorney. What do you have? And Mr. Brady is the attorney, says, Judge, I have something with Mr. Moyer, and that is our attorney, between Pereira and Machado. We've reached an accommodation on pretty much 80%, which ultimately, as you will see, is not true. And Judge, I was faxed a report from Dr. Oppenheimer last night. I made several copies. I gave one to Mr. Moyer, and now I can't find mine, and it's addressed to Your Honor. And then the judge goes, it's addressed to me, and her attorney says, yes. And our attorney goes, I don't think it has any bearing on what we're taking care of here today anyways. Now, Dr. Oppenheimer is the child psychiatrist. It's not personal. It's personal counseling for the child. It's not an evaluation. It has nothing within it that has anything to do with what we're doing today. And the judge goes, I want to clarify. So you've got something from Dr. Oppenheimer, but it says it was to me. I was CC'd on it. And her attorney goes, it's to me from Dr. Oppenheimer. So the judge already, right, is contradicting and is not an idiot. This man is saying that he has something from a therapist for the judge, and it's made for the judge. And our attorney is like, has nothing to do with this. And the judge is going, okay, so it's made out to me, and he has to clarify under oath. No, actually, it's to me, and I forwarded it to you. And it's a letter addressed to Your Honor, but it's from him. And he goes, okay, I don't have it yet. I'll get it upstairs. When did the email? What's the date on it? And her attorney goes, it came in last night at 8 p.m. So the judge goes, well, I guess he just put it in the mail. Her attorney goes, I guess. I didn't know if he was faxing it to you. The only reason, and again, I'm sure he's going to send it directly to you, is one of the things that Mr. Moyer and I did not talk about. So already spoke with him and is now snowballing our attorney in court is, I'm sure we can agree upon that the parties will continue to work with Dr. Oppenheimer regarding these co-parenting issues. Our attorney said, sure, no question about that, absolutely. And the judge goes, okay. Mr. Brady goes, so with that in mind, Judge, those things that we agree to is that on both parties will notify the other party in the event of any significant medical issues involving Alexander, the one child in common, and any other time sensitive, and that communication will be by text. The child at no time shall be used as a messenger for purposes of letters, communication, child support, or anything else. We've changed the visitation slightly for purposes of the February and April vacation. And the father will have the winter vacation, and that's the parties will have 2 vacation periods. One is a 5-day, blah, blah. So I'm going to pause you right here. The reason that we had to add that the other parent would be notified if there was any issues medically is that my husband's son was hospitalized 2 times, once transported by ambulance, and my husband was never made aware of those circumstances until after the fact. One of them, she called him after she brought him to the ER. And the second one, we actually uncovered from the child. He said that he had been in an ambulance and we thought he was joking. So just so people can put into perspective what we were dealing with here, we didn't even have any communication about ambulance rides. And now they're talking about we've changed visitation slightly for purposes of February and April vacation because the child was in school. So there's 2 vacations. So why should the mom get both vacations? We want one. She wants one. But this year, the father is going to take the winter vacation Monday through Friday, returning the child. We wanted to basically, so let's stop right here. This is the level of petty that we're dealing with. Originally, there, after we went to court or whatever the first time, my husband always got February vacation and she always got April vacation. And we were stuck and limited with what we could do during February vacation. So we asked, can we swap every year? So this year we'll get February, next year we get April. You would think that that would be something that the parties would agree on outside of a courtroom. But this is literally something that had to be discussed with attorneys. So they go on, but this year the father is going to take winter vacation Monday through Friday, returning the child actually on Saturday because Friday is overnight in his normal visitation. The spring vacation, my client has booked a flight to Disney World. So instead of going Monday through Friday, they'll be taking their 7-day vacation Sunday to Sunday this year. Neither party will, what is this word? Denigrate the other party. What is that word? How do I say that? Or talk about the family court situation, nor allow anyone in the child's presence to talk about that. The court goes, or within earshot. And Mr. Brady goes, or within earshot. On those nights when mom and dad do not have the child, they will be permitted to call the child at 7:30 to wish the child good night. Those nights for dad are currently Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday nights. And for mom, it is Friday night. So keep in mind, we had to go to court to get a phone call with the child to say goodnight. Now, her attorney is starting off because she's the plaintiff in their court case. So he gets to start off. He's the plaintiff. But don't worry, our attorney comes in here. With regards to any medical appointments and other than emergencies, medical appointments and religious events, both parties will notify the other party of that event. Neither party is obliged to go on a medical visit or doesn't necessarily mean if they go to a first communion thing that the party is invited to the party afterwards, but they are to receive notice of the event itself. So her attorney is getting ahead of everything and says, oh, if they go to a first communion thing. The reason is because my husband's son was baptized after they separated. They never made the decision to baptize the child when they were married. And after the fact, she baptized the child, never notified my husband. We actually found out he had been baptized through photos on Facebook. And so my husband had to fight to have access to something like First Communion. And so it's written in there because it would have been done behind the scenes without my husband's knowledge. And we had to literally put it in court documents that if the child gets baptized, he should have known, and he didn't. The court goes, timely notice, right? You don't just call them up. And our attorney goes, that's what we've been talking about in advance. So, no notice had been given. These things would try to be discussed behind the scenes. So her attorney goes, I will insert the word timely in that. Our attorney goes, thank you. Her attorney goes, and we've already agreed that the parties will continue with Dr. Oppenheimer. And there's an issue that Dr. Moyer and I haven't really discussed, but we're both aware of. And it's that mom and dad should be the only ones communicating with school authorities concerning the child. I have received, and I shared it with Mr. Moyer, a notice from the school saying effectively that we only want to talk with the biological parents. We don't need to talk to anyone else. I have a subpoena. This is a lie. I have a subpoena out for some emails that were sent by the father or the stepmother to teachers. I didn't get a return of service or the subpoena, but those emails supposedly would show why I'm asking that neither party or only the two parties be the ones to communicate with issues regarding the general issues. The reason this is put in place, and they're discussing this, is if my husband was at work and my stepson, it is my husband's day of parenting. If my husband had the child Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and something happened at school Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, anything, I don't care if it's a sick visit, forgot his homework, needs a pair of shoes, the school should call my husband. On the other days of the week, if it is the parent time associated with the mother, the school should be contacting the mother for any one of those things. And what happened is the mother went to the school and told the school that every single solitary thing that happened with the child need to go through her first and then my husband, and that I was not allowed to pick up the child. I couldn't pick him up if he was sick. I couldn't be called if there was an issue. I couldn't sign his homework sheets. So like at the end of the night when all the kids are at the table, everybody sits and does their homework. My husband's either playing basketball, or if that night he's not there, I would sign the sheet and say, I sign off on the homework. The next day we would get the folder back. The mother would white out or put a big X over my name and say, not a parent. I couldn't even sign off on his homework sheets. This was like the craziest shit of all time. One time the child was sick. They called my husband. My husband is an hour away for work. My husband says that I'm going to go and pick up the child. I get to the school. She's there. The school called her on a day that was my husband's day, and she was getting ready to take the child. And I said, I have the child. I am here. It is my husband's day. I'm picking him up. She wanted to take the child first, go home. But you don't understand like how intense this was. It was so intense that this is why we had to do all of this. Obviously, if there's an emergency, a child's sick, mom is unavailable, and stepmom is the only one available, that's, I would like to say, common sense. But it wasn't common sense. It wasn't common sense at all. That's why it's in these court documents. If it's common sense, it's not even being discussed in a hearing. And he specifically talks about that in advance because he knows we're going to bring it up. Ultimately, we don't. But we had proof of all of the things that we are fighting for here. But in terms of usurping the other parent's authority, it should be mom and dad. This woman just did not want my husband to do anything. And in the absence of my husband, he gave complete control to me to make a decision on whether to dismiss a child. For example, on Halloween, we wanted to dismiss, it was our day. My husband wanted his son dismissed early. Half hour early, so we could pick up him, and then we could pick up Jack and Georgia, and then we could all get the kids together to go trick-or-treating, which, by the way, we only had every other year, maybe. If our parenting time, like, it was just insane. So my husband called the school and was like, my wife is going to pick him up. It's a big deal. It was a big deal. I couldn't pick up the child. It's fucking nuts. Those are what we agree on, Judge. I know there are a couple of other things we don't agree on. And Moyer can articulate what those are. I guess we'll leave it to the court to decide what the outcome should be. I don't think we need testimony. So the judge goes, well, let's see. So now our attorney comes in. Just to review a couple of pieces, the 7:30 call, there were 4 days mentioned, and there are 7 days in the week. So obviously, if the party doesn't have the child, they're welcome to make a call at 7:30 p.m. So that's just the bottom line of something that we had talked about. Just keep in mind, my husband would ask, can I just say goodnight to my son? And she said, no. Up until this point, in 2015, this child was born in 2005, my husband had never spoken on the phone to his son. Keep that in mind. Let's see. So a couple of requests we've made that we're looking for an answer to, Your Honor, is currently the child has visitation Monday evening, Thursday evening, and then Friday overnight to Saturday with my client. And the court goes, Friday, every other. And our attorney goes, that is not every other, it's every week. And the court goes, okay. So the judge is assessing that my husband has this schedule every week. Our attorney goes, what we've asked for simply is to reduce the amount of bouncing around, is if it's possible to eliminate the Monday and make the Thursday an overnight. And the judge goes, so do Thursday and Friday overnight every week. Correct. Where does the child go to school? The name of the school. And at the time, it was Hugh Cole Elementary School in Rhode Island. The court goes, where does dad live? And my husband goes, I live about 5 minutes away from the school. And the court goes, you live in Swansea? And my husband goes, correct. So our attorney goes, so that's the first issue. So Mr. Brady, her attorney, goes, can we address these one by one? And the court goes, are you going to hit another issue or just that one? And our attorney goes, well, I can touch on the other topics. And the court goes, no, I want to go through one by one. Are you done with that one? And my attorney goes, yes, that's the first request. And she goes, okay, Mr. Brady, Mr. Brady goes, Judge, I handled this situation in the divorce in Massachusetts years ago. And when this case started, the father wasn't even allowed to have visitation unless it was supervised. So right then and there, they're weaponizing in this court hearing that my husband had to have supervised visits. Yes, because his wife accused him of abuse and drug use, and he was completely vindicated of that. Our attorney goes, I don't think that's relevant. And the attorney goes, but what happened is they wound up getting a parenting coordinator. They worked out the schedule that currently is in effect. And it was to accommodate the mister because of his work schedule and also to accommodate the missus. I understand that he wants to eliminate the Monday 3 to 7, and you didn't hear the hours. It's Monday 3 to 7, Thursday 3 to 7, and Friday 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., 4 p.m. on Friday to Saturday at 6 p.m. And that's each and every week. What they're asking for is to eliminate the Monday and have the child even during the school week overnight on Thursday and overnight on Friday. And the judge goes, well, Friday's not a school night. So he's asking for one school night overnight rather than having the school night end on a Monday. Monday is a school night. It's just not an overnight. And her attorney goes, it takes the child out, which is normally the thing, quite frankly. I'm always opposing any overnight visitation during the school week. During school vacation, that's a different. And the judge, at this time, I was there, went, why? And he goes, well, apparently there's an issue of whether or not the child's work is being done properly. Schoolwork, homework. The child is in first grade. And the mom specifically does that. This schedule was to accommodate Mr. Machado. He tells you that he's living in Swansea, and that's true. The house was foreclosed upon, and I don't know whether he's even going to be out tomorrow or whether he's going to be out in 6 weeks. Now enters the squatting story that Aiden has so eloquently shared to everybody. It is literally being weaponized in the first 15 minutes of a child custody hearing. And he is laying the foundation to say that there is a pending foreclosure so that he can't possibly be awarded any overnights because there is a foreclosed property and that who knows where he's going to be. But the judge is smarter than everybody. She says, but the child already has overnights. So there is no issue to suitability because that's already a done deal, I assume. The child already has overnights. So it's just a matter of scheduling. And this judge, Asquith, is one of the most reasonably sound judges everywhere. When I talk about this, I said, leading up to this court hearing, I would go to this courthouse and sit in the courtroom and observe this woman ruling on child custody cases. I observed her temperament. I observed how she addressed families. And I already knew that she was extremely reasonable. She was pro-dad. She didn't like when children were weaponized. And I had a feeling that this was going to go this way, and it did. So here's the judge basically saying to her attorney, I hear what you're saying, but we already have determined that this man is suitable to have this child overnights. Now we're just talking about when he's going to have him overnights. And we have an attorney, by the way, who is literally saying he doesn't believe that a child should be with the father during the school week. The attorney goes on to say, it is a matter of scheduling, Judge. And from my experience anyway, it's unusual to have a Thursday night until a Saturday afternoon visitation schedule because usually, according to this attorney, moms do all of the parenting and dads get just visitation on the weekends. Not a big deal. And by the way, the reason we didn't have Saturday into Sunday is because the mom wanted to have one night during the week where she didn't work with the child. Friday to Sunday is usual. We changed that to accommodate the missus' schedule. So it's stated right there. She wanted to be able to have one night during the week where she didn't work and she had the child. So that's why 6 p.m. on Saturday, the custody ended. We changed that to accommodate Mrs. schedule. If the court orders it, the court orders it, but that's our issue. So basically saying, you're going to have to order it. We're never going to agree that this man should have 2 nights overnights with his son, despite the fact that he has been adjudicated, the fact that he has never been arrested, no drug use, no domestic violence, nothing. They are going to fight it. And she is telling her attorney to fight it. And he's saying, I guess if you order it, we will. And it is the part of also is that now the next phase of this is the next part to stop my husband from seeing his son 2 nights in a week is they're going to throw in the visitation with my husband's parents. And the part of that also is that the current practice is, and as the gentleman correctly stated, it's every weekend. Every other weekend, though, he drops the child off at his grandmother's house. The child doesn't stay with him. He stays with his mother. In order to accommodate the small amount of time that my husband has his child, every other weekend, they would get time with my husband's son. So from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on a Saturday, my husband would drop off Alex. He would stay with his parents, Jeff's parents, from 3 to 6, and then they would drop the child off at Kayla's house so that they could see Alex every other weekend. Occasionally, once a month, we would let him sleep over on a Friday, but because we only had him one night, he would never even be able to sleep over his grandparents' house because my husband only had one night overnight a week. Our attorney goes, the system is that no more than once a month the child stays with the grandmother. It's just part of the socializing and hanging out with the grandparent. The judge goes, both of you guys have been in my court plenty of times. You know what my routine is. I've probably said this to both of your clients already. You have a baby together. He's the father. You're the mother. He has rights to be part of doing homework with the child at night, part of the child's life that's important in the child's life. And one extra night a week, I don't think is a big deal. And it adds a little bit more consistency to this child. Instead of being picked up and back and forth, this is actually a little bit more consistent. I think that's in the child's best interest to do Thursday and Friday nights. Issue number 2, this is me telling my husband this is best for his child. This is Kayla saying, absolutely fucking not. You're not getting him. This is the schedule. Use my attorney. Fight it the whole way. Our attorney advocating for it and the judge being absolutely reasonable and saying, I agree. This is for the best. And the judge clearly stating right here that everything that Kayla's side is doing right now is not in the best interest of the child. Our attorney goes on and says, thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, there's an issue regarding sports for the child. The child is 6. My client had indicated that he was interested in signing the child up for a sports activity, and it would be in his town, which is just over the border. He would pay for it and take care of any transportation. The issue, of course, is that I proposed to my brother, of course, is that it may well be that any sport, the odds are that it's not going to be wholly either in my client's time or wholly in mom's time. It's going to cross. So if you decide that the child should be involved in some sport, I think both parties agree with that. It's a matter of figuring out where or who does it. My client suggests that he would take care of this after this was proposed. I'm hearing now mom is interested in scheduling something. For a whole year, my husband tried to get his son signed up for T-ball, and she refused. Emails, text messages where she said, if you sign this child up, just know that when he has a practice or a game and it's on my parenting time, I will not take him. We had Georgia, who also wanted to play T-ball, but we didn't feel we could sign Georgia up until we could sign Alex up because they were the same age, and we didn't want Alex to see Georgia playing T-ball and not be able to play. And I had to sacrifice Georgia playing T-ball because of consistency and eliminating jealousy and making sure everybody was doing everything the same. So we asked her, she said no. My husband tried multiple times, she said no. At this point, we had no choice but to take it to court. Prior to this hearing, in the room where they were talking things, she then, writing was on the wall that this was going to go in front of the judge. At that time, she said, fine, I'll do it. And our attorney makes the judge clear that this happened. And guess what the judge says? Of course she is. With the thickest disdain for my husband's ex-wife I had ever heard in a courtroom, our attorney says, my client suggests that he would take care of this after this was proposed. I'm hearing now mom is interested in scheduling something in her town. And the judge goes, of course she is. And our attorney goes, right. But so we just think the child needs to be in a sport. My client will take care of all the costs. And the court goes, has she signed up for anything yet? Our attorney goes, the mom has not. The parties haven't communicated or signed the child up for anything yet. The judge goes, all right. And then looks at my husband. Have you looked into, to her, he goes, have you looked into what sports are available in the town that you live in? And she goes, yes. And then looking at my husband, she says, have you looked into? And my husband goes, yes. Last year I could actually cry reading this because my husband goes, yes, last year we wanted to sign him up. Me and my stepdaughter, who are the same age. I wanted to sign him up for a soccer team that was in Swansea. But because if a practice were to land on a day with her, and if she wasn't going to be willing to bring him to practice, then that inhibits me too. It just doesn't make it easy for us too. And the judge goes, yes, I understand. 6 years old. And my husband says, yes. And the judge goes, so the games were always going to be on a Saturday? And my husband says, correct. The judge goes, they may have one practice during the week. It could be a Thursday. It could be a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And you'll both have to cooperate with that once the child is signed up for a sport. And she says to my husband, so you want your child signed up for a sport? You think it's important to have sports in your child's life? My husband goes, absolutely. And the judge looks at her and goes, and you agree? And she goes, yes. After fighting us for a whole year. Yes. So then the judge is onto her and goes, so you wouldn't mind if the child signed up in her town or to my husband first. I think basically the judge, it should say Mr. Machado. So you wouldn't mind if the child gets signed up in her town. And my husband goes, no, absolutely not. And the court goes, what sport? And my husband goes, pick one. I love them all. And the court goes, well, what does your child do? Soccer. He does play a lot of soccer and baseball. And the judge goes, okay, both of you look what's available in soccer. You're going to pay the whole thing? And my husband goes, I'm willing to. And the court goes, there you go. That's an easy one. Sign up in your town. And she's pointing to Kayla and she goes, make sure that kid is at every practice and at every game. And he has a right to go to the practice and watch the practice. He can assistant coach if he wants. He can go to the games, whether it's your time or his time or whatever, because that's what's best for the child. All right. Fair enough. And my husband goes, yes, ma'am, court. Just so you know, this was like a very emotional situation. My husband was crying in court at this time because we had to fight for a year, pay all this money to get an attorney to come here and fight just so this child could socialize and play a sport. And my husband, now she signed him up. My husband would drive from our home all the way to their home. My husband was my son and George's. We actually, to accommodate this, we signed Georgia up for sports in Warren, so that we could keep our kids together. And so Georgia didn't get to play with her friends in Swansea. She played in Warren with her stepbrother because it was easier for us. It was easier for everybody. And my husband was the coach for all the years that my stepson was in baseball. Coached every game, never missed a game, never missed a practice. Our attorney goes, thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, there's one issue as far as adjusting the current Christmas schedule to provide with a little bit more quality time. I think it would help with each party. My client has proposed a schedule where, and correct me if I read this wrong, where he would have Christmas Day from 10 a.m. I'm sorry, he stops and he goes overnight to Christmas. So 10 a.m. the next day, or if it could be Christmas Eve to 2 p.m. So the judge goes, well, what's the existing? Let's start with that. So her attorney goes, currently, Judge, it's Christmas Eve. My husband got 3 to 7 p.m. And then on Christmas Day, 4 to 8 p.m. My husband never put his son to bed on Christmas Eve and never woke up with his son on Christmas Day all these years. The court goes, that's what he's asking for. Isn't it the same thing? And her attorney interjects and goes, well, I think what he's asking for is an overnight on Christmas Day as well. And then she goes, 4 to 8 on Christmas Day as well. And her attorney goes, that's Christmas Day, 4 to 8. So the judge goes, so the only difference is the overnight until the 26th. Moyer goes, doing it from 4 to overnight, that will also give him Christmas Eve, 2 to 7 p.m. every Christmas Eve. And my attorney goes, because the mom would have actual overnights in every morning and most of the day. And the judge is figuring this out and goes, exactly. Can you imagine? They're fighting my husband. They're fighting my husband, not asking for Christmas Eve overnights, not asking to wake up with the son on Christmas Day. My husband is asking for on Christmas Day, when he gets him at 4 p.m., that he doesn't have to return him that night and he gets to sleep over that night until the next day. So the judge finally goes, so he's asking for an overnight on Christmas Day. And her attorney goes, well, I also heard him asking for more time on Christmas Eve. And the court goes 2 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. And our attorney goes, yes, 2 to 7 is what I have written down, Your Honor. It's just an extra hour, 2 or 3. But the key is overnight for the night of Christmas, Christmas night. The judge has picked up on it. And the judge goes, so they don't alternate. So every year she always has the child sleep at her house and wake up there. And her attorney goes, yes, judge. And the court goes, so she'll always have that? And Brady goes, always. And the court goes, because commonly they flip-flop it. So the child sleeps at one house, but you have that now. So all he's asking for is a little extra time. What's it look like there? And her attorney goes, I'm not complaining about that necessarily, judge. With regards to the overnights, is the gentleman not going to be working on the day after Christmas? He's asking for an overnight the day after Christmas. And our attorney goes, he's not going to work. He will be present. So essentially, even if my husband wasn't taking the day off, they're trying to stop my husband from having him on Christmas Day overnight, saying that my husband would. So what if my husband worked? What if my husband did work? He's at home, in our home. We're married. The court says, are you married? He goes, yes, ma'am. So the court goes, so what? Overnight until when? What time the next day? Our attorney goes, we don't have a particular time. We suggest perhaps early afternoon. My husband even goes, fine, late morning. Moyer goes, noonish. So the court goes, noon. So whether he's working or not, the child will be back by noon. And her attorney goes, so that's Christmas Day, judge? And the judge goes, so it will be Christmas Eve, 2 to 7. So instead of 3 to 7, we could pick him up at 2. Doesn't really matter. It's an extra hour. And he always goes home to her on Christmas Eve at 7 p.m. and then the next day or whatever. And our attorney says, thank you. Judge is pissed. She goes, I don't think that's unreasonable, given the fact that she has Christmas Eve every single year with the child and Christmas morning, the two most important parts of Christmas. Our attorney goes, Your Honor, the only other, and her attorney interjects and says, Judge, I didn't write it down because I didn't hear. What time is he picking up the child on Christmas Day? And the court goes 2 to 7 on Christmas Eve and then 4 o'clock on Christmas Day until noon the next day. She stands up in court and goes, can I have a little more time? And the judge is pissed. And the judge goes, excuse me? And she goes, can I have a little more time with him on Christmas Day since he's having him on the overnight? I'm sorry, 4 p.m. You get him on Christmas Day until 4 p.m. You get him at 7 p.m. on Christmas Eve. You get to put him to bed. You get to tuck him in. He gets to wake up and run down the stairs and open his Christmas presents. And you still get to keep him until 4 p.m. And she has the audacity to stand up in court and ask for more time on Christmas Day. As you can imagine, the judges basically had it. And she goes, can I have a little more time on Christmas Day since he's having him on the overnight? And the judge goes, you have him on Christmas Eve, right? You're going to put the child to bed Christmas Eve and get him up in the morning with the child? And she goes, uh-huh. And the judge goes, I mean, that's really the holiday right there. Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. And she goes, but we also celebrate it with our families. I go to my aunt's house and my mother's house. And the judge goes, well, that's why people flip-flop it. And the judge is basically saying, if you keep fucking acting like a greedy person here, we're going to give you that 1 year. And next year, he's going to have Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And she backs down and she goes, all right, we'll keep it. Our attorney goes, thank you, Your Honor. The last issue is orders for transportation to see if it's possible for visitation in general, if the parties can share transportation. That's the last issue. The judge goes, I'd rather not do that right now because we had no testimony. I would do what is generally my policy, unless you can tell me why this should not happen in your particular case. Generally, my policy is whoever the child is going to picks up the child. So in other words, he would pick up the child on Thursday and I guess to bring to your house. And then on Saturday, she would come and get the child. That's usually my routine. Just so you know, my husband, when we were living in Somerset, would have half hour of his parenting time cut off every single Monday and Thursday and Saturday because he had to drive the child a half hour to Rhode Island. So we were asking for, when it was time to pick up, my husband starts his parenting time at 3:00 because he's there to pick up the child. And then when her parenting time starts, she's there to pick up the child. They fought us on that. They wouldn't do it. And now we have to work it out in court. Her attorney goes, well, the only thing is, and the judge goes, well, unless you can tell me why that won't work. And he goes, well, on Mondays, it wouldn't work because of her work schedule. And the judge goes, there are no Mondays anymore. It's Thursday. And her attorney, pretending he never heard the order, goes, so Your Honor did order that? I didn't hear you order that. But if that's what you did, and the judge goes, yes, Thursday through Saturday, right? And no more Mondays. And her attorney goes, and what time Saturday? And the court goes, I don't know what time Saturday, whatever it is. And Moyer goes, the existing time? And Brady goes, yes, 6 p.m. So the judge goes, so she can pick up the child at 6 p.m. on Saturday. He can pick up the child on Thursdays. And all other holidays and everything else, it's just whoever is getting the child picks up the child. Fighting it again. Brady goes, for what it's worth, Judge, the reason they agreed to the schedule was that they did. They gave him more time because he was in fact going to be doing all the transportation. So effectively now my client gets less time with the children and she has to transport. I'm not saying that that's not unusual, Judge. This man is in court saying my husband got 3 to 7 p.m. on a Monday and that he got more time because he was picking up. So if it was a half hour to get him and a half hour to bring him home, you mean to tell me 3 to 7 would have only been 3 to 6? You would have only had this man see his child for 3 hours? The judge goes, no, it's not. And I get it. I know what you're saying. But the thing is here, you're not giving him the time. He's the father. You're not giving it to him. You have much more time with the children than he is. So if you want a percentage wise, how much percent that cuts into your time with the child as to know how much it cuts into his, I just think it's equitable to do that. Then you don't have to worry about who's bringing the child back late. There's none of that happening because if his visitation ends at 6, you're picking the child up at 6. This judge, her temperament and tone was so frustrated. She was just like, you want to go tit for tat right now about pickup and drop off? Let's look at how much more time your client has than he has. You want to start talking about equity? You want to start talking about time? Let's do it. Now here we go, Aiden. This part's for you. So they're fighting this time. They're fighting the scheduling change. They're fighting the simple transportation of that when it's your time with the child, you pick him up. He leans into this. The only thing I would ask, Judge, is we haven't spoken about it, but I alluded to it earlier. They're going to be thrown out of the house that they're in. It's been foreclosed upon. It's been an issue from the get-go. That's why we're here, because my client would not deed over her interest in the house and avoid it wouldn't be a foreclosure. None of that is true. None of that is documented. There is no proof of that. My husband, we're going to pause right here. My husband and his ex-wife discussed what to do with the home. The home was stuck there. Nobody had been paying the mortgage for years. Nobody was living it, and it was going into foreclosure. My husband said, can I move into the house and get I already explained this. When my husband asked for more parenting time, she stopped cooperating with the property. And I am assuming she knew that she could leverage that in this court to stop everything that we just went through from happening. All of the things that we were asking for that a regular family should never have to fight for, should never have to pay attorneys for, all of the stuff that you're here watching this with me. These are regular basic things. My husband wants to talk to his son at 7:30 every night and say, good night, how was your day? My husband wants to put his son in baseball or soccer. My son wants to see his child on Christmas. My husband wants all of these things with his son, and we had to fight. This cost 10 grand right here. This cost $10,000. There were 2 other court hearings associated with this. This cost $10,000 to get this. And she used the house in the foreclosure and not allowing my husband to get a modification of the loan and to stop the home from foreclosure so they could use it as a last-ditch effort in court to stop my husband from getting all of this stuff. And her attorney says it right here. Any event, I'm told that the house is being foreclosed upon. I think it's incumbent upon communication is a big issue, Judge, as you can see. And the judge is pissed. And she goes, yeah, I can see that. And he goes, it's incumbent upon him to immediately notify my client as to his new address as soon as he closes the door behind him. And the judge goes, yeah, absolutely. The child should not be anywhere that either parent doesn't know where the child is. The judge already knows what's being done here. She goes, and now our attorney goes, absolutely. And for what it's worth, there's a modification that's being worked on. So it's probable that this scenario won't play out, but they're working on it. So our attorney is saying, like, we are working on this. We're trying to find out a solution so we can stay in the home. By the way, it's the child's home. It's the child's home. It's the home where he was born in. And my husband wanted to keep it, just like you did, Aiden, right? You wanted your children to stay in their childhood home. My husband wanted his son to stay in his childhood home. And my husband did everything he could to keep that home. And out of spite and out of an opportunity to leverage it in court to stop my husband from gaining access to his child, she refused to cooperate, which many, many, many women do. And she would not do that so she could use it right here. And our attorney goes, well, I know Mr. Meyer has been told that, but I want to tell you that for the past 2 years, there's been an issue of modification. Modification, my client checked with the bank this past week, is not going to happen. The house is going to be foreclosed upon. Do you know, and I'll side quest this for a second. Do you know that we would talk to the bank and we would ask about, and by the way, shout out to real estate attorney Christopher Carrero, who was a selectman in Swansea. But before he was a selectman in Swansea, he was the attorney that we spoke to in regards to this house, and he advised my husband on this situation. We would call the bank, we would discuss this, they would send us documents, and then they'd say they were sending us documents, we would not get them. And I would say, that's impossible. Like, we are here. Why are we not getting the documents? And they said, oh, we sent them to Kayla's address. And I'd say, okay, that's not the address. That's a mistake. Like, she is one of the owners. And if you want to send them there too, that's fine. But you need to send 2 copies to Hemlock, the property, because we were told we had to live there in order to qualify for a modification. So over time, we wouldn't get documents. We wouldn't get paperwork. We weren't getting phone calls. Do you know that every Monday morning, Kayla would call Bank of America and update the address and the phone number to hers? I put in a request and a printout for every phone call from her. And every Monday morning, most likely from her job, she would call the bank and she would change the address to hers and the phone number to hers. Sometimes it wasn't changed, but every single Monday she would call to sabotage us getting paperwork, timely paperwork, financial paperwork, and everything to stop. So her attorney is basically saying, like, yeah, Judge, and this is at the end. They've lost everything here, right? They've lost everything they fought for 2 years. All of this time in court, the judges basically ruled in my husband's favor for every single solitary thing. And now it's a last-ditch effort. And the attorney's like, they're going to be on the fucking street. They're going to be out on the street. And the judge doesn't care. She doesn't care. She sees exactly what this court hearing was all about. Well, as soon as you get a foreclosure date, let her know about it, and a new address. As soon as you get a new address, and my husband goes, yes, ma'am. And the judge usually goes to auction. They'll probably have an auction date. Brady chumps in and he goes, well, it's a little different in Massachusetts. The judge goes, oh, is it? All right. Any other issues? And her attorney goes, no, Judge, I'll draft an order and submit it to Mr. Moyer for his review. And if it meets with his approval, I'll e-file it. And the court goes, are there any other motions pending? And our attorney goes, that covers everything. And her attorney goes, that covers everything. That's before the court. We don't need a new date. And our attorney goes, we're good. And her attorney goes, and that would start, I assume, this week. And the judge goes, this week? Yes. Okay. We're not going to count minutes. We're not counting minutes. And what you can't see here is that she is upset that it literally would start the next day, I think. So that this week my husband was going to get a Thursday overnight, Friday overnight into Saturday. And she's upset in court. And I'm watching her get upset and she's talking to him or whatever. And the judge goes, we're not going to count minutes. We're not counting minutes. And her attorney goes, oh, I was talking to myself, Judge. And the judge looks at Kayla and says, I saw you counting in your head. All right. This is a child. It is not a piece of property. And our attorney goes, thank you, Your Honor. Okay. All righty. So we've discussed this on my show, but what I want to do is, it won't matter because the way that Aiden is framing all of these things, it's made to fit his narrative, which is I'm a loser and I'm a scumbag or any of these things like that. If my husband's such a scumbag, why did we win that? Why did we win that? Why did that judge, very reasonable, order every single solitary thing that my husband asked for to be put into this agreement? Why did my husband have to fight with an attorney to go and get all of this basic stuff? If my husband's such a piece of shit, loser, scumbag, doesn't pay child support, doesn't see his kid, doesn't give Christmas presents, first of all, we're not even talking about the first court documents where all of that was adjudicated, all of that was vindicated, all of that was a temporary slice in time during the months of a contested divorce where there were accusations that were proved to not be true. But if that's the case, then years later, why did this judge rule all of this stuff? And what's really terrible is this situation right here, this day changed everything. In my opinion, everything changed after this. There was a ton of resentment. There was a ton of anger. There was a ton of parental alienation that took place that led us to the point that we're at today. But I listen, I don't know what kind of parent Aiden is. I have an idea. And I don't know what kind of a parent Julie is, but I think we have a little bit of an idea. I can't imagine what it would feel like for Aiden if he had to hire an attorney to go to court just to call his kids every night, say goodnight to his kids. I can't imagine what it would be like for Aiden to have to hire an attorney to go to court just so he could sign up his son for soccer or baseball. I mean, can you imagine what your life would be like if you were fighting Julie every day for something as basic as signing your child up for baseball? Can you imagine if you only got to see your child for 3 hours on Christmas Day? I mean, I know where you were that Christmas Day, but like the real issue is that because you fuck Lindsay Gattani and you're a whore, you didn't actually see your kids on Christmas Day. And you have the audacity to talk about my husband. You have the audacity to paint a picture that my husband is a deadbeat dad who hits his ex-wife, who doesn't see his kid, doesn't give him Christmas present. Where were you on Christmas Day? Where were you? Hiding from the cops? Because you were at Lindsay's house after your attorney told you don't go there? Let's read some comments. Let's start with these. Thank you for the jewels. What's this? Barry. Oh, Barry Lewis. Jessica, I need to speak with you today regarding the Jason Broyles sexual harassment text messages in your stream from February 11th. A voicemail has been left with the text. Okay, Barry. Thank you. Thank you. Who is this? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. How's the chat? What's going on in the chat? I have no idea what's going on here. Let's read. When Jess took a few mornings off at the beginning of the pileup, he couldn't understand why he had so many in his bus stop live. He was absolutely giddy. Guess the numbers went back down. I actually remember that. I remember that he was saying something about, wow, there's so many people. It's, yeah, bitch, because I didn't do a fucking live. That's why. Aiden didn't want to pay for the new cheer season because he said it was expensive. He never goes to see her cheer. He only goes to watch his son play. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? He's whacked. Jess got back and numbers went down. I'm sorry Jeff had to go through this. He has no business to talk. Where was he on Friday nights when he would meet up with these women and cheat on his wife while she was at home with the kids? You're welcome, Barry. What do you mean now he's going out with strangers for $500? What does that mean? He said that before, that he's not into cheerleading. His wife does all of it. Yeah. So I wasn't into t-ball, but I never missed a practice. I never missed a game. And I don't know if Aiden really understands this, but I'm sure a lot of other parents would be able to understand. When you have like multiple kids and multiple sports, it's usually like tag teaming. So like one parent will go to one and the other one would go to the other. It was very rare that Jeff and I could like meet up at both. But we had to split. It was divide and conquer. So Jeff would go to the T-balls. I would go to, Julie was playing softball or volleyball at the time. I mean, we even, Jack tried sports and it wasn't for him. But Jeff coached with Ron, Jack's basketball team, because hashtag co-parenting. Julia was in travel. And then Georgia did ballet, and like we just basically we had 4 kids, you know what I mean? And at one point, like 4 of them were in some sort of sport or activity. So we would just divide and conquer, and we would never miss. I mean, those were the nights where we were both basically just eating like chicken nuggets and tater tots at home, and we were broke as fucking shit back then. So there was no fucking McDonald's and eating out and going to Chili's after games. It was like still cooking and eating and eating at home and all of that shit. And it was, we, what's crazy to me is that like, we are literally like, we're taking strays from a man who does not prioritize his family, right? He prioritizes all of this other stuff. And the way that he has gone after my husband is basically because he knows like my family is everything, right? So making fun of my husband, saying my husband's a squatter. You know what? I pulled it down, but like my husband owned that house until the day we left, and he continued to own that house. Actually, where is it? Let me just. Let's share a page. Share screen. Perfect. So this is the foreclosure right here. And that took place in.
Where's Quincy?
Is he in my room?
I haven't seen him.
Is he in my room? Is he in Jack's room on Jack's bed?
No.
Hold on a minute. All right, Jeff couldn't find Quincy, and it was a little chaotic for a minute. All right, so right here, this is the foreclosure of the. Oh, it expired. 2019. So 2019. So my husband was an owner of that property, and we moved here in 2016. So for years after this property was stuck in foreclosure. So I just want to make sure we're clear. So let's discuss the squatters' comments, because what Aiden is doing is he's saying something, and then anybody who hates me is taking that and sharing it as truth, as Bible or whatever. So this whole story about squatting and living on the property, my husband and I tried to save that home from foreclosure. And I have said this before, and I will say it again. Nobody lived in the property. Both of them were gone. Both of them moved on with their lives. The house should have sold. It never sold. There was no provision involving this property after the divorce, because the divorce is done. So what do you do? So in order to try to, now I had a foreclosure. Jack and George's dad and I had a foreclosure. Jeff's house was in foreclosure. Can we salvage one of these properties so that we aren't dealing with a foreclosure on our credits? And my property could not. So this was very amicable at first, very amicable. Jeff could move in, get a modification. On the day that Kayla signed the deed over to my husband in the same office at the same time of the transfer of the deed to Jeff, Jeff would sign the new documents for the new mortgage where he would be the sole owner. He would assume all the debt. In retrospect, it is the best thing that ever happened, because he would have been completely upside down on that mortgage at the end, whatever. It was like they would have taken what they owed and put it at the end. But Kayla would have been off the deed. My husband, there was no equity in the property. There was no equity. It was a mortgage from 2000, and I don't even know when. It was upside down. We would have been able to stop the foreclosure. We would have lived there, and Jeff would have gotten a new mortgage completely on his own. Everything was copacetic. Everything was fine. And Kayla would have benefited by not having a foreclosure on her record. And when she agreed to that, right after that is when we started discussing access to Alex. And I have said this before. Okay, we secured the house. We moved into the house. The kids are starting school. Let's get a more copacetic schedule. Every single thing that you just saw in those court documents, it was basically to just get our life right, like get everything organized, get our house situation right, get the custody right, deal with all that stuff. And we fumbled it. We should have never asked for any of the custody pieces until the property was secured. And I would never have known that it was going to be leveraged and used against us as a tool in the court system. And I mean, I'm not a pro at this. We made a mistake. We should have never just fucking done it. And after we started talking about this stuff, that was it. There was no chance that we were going to get back into that property. And it was very sad, because we moved my kids there from Somerset to Swansea. We put them in new schools. It was a disaster, which is going to lead me to the next court document, which has been dragged around. And I don't have it in front of me. If somebody has it and they want to text it to me, because you people are assholes. So we move all of our kids to Swansea. We move into this house because in order to qualify for the loan, my husband has to be living in the property, has to be his property. We move into the property. We enroll the kids in Swansea schools. Julia is going to be starting 8th grade, and she's devastated. She's devastated that we are changing to a new school district. And I'm sure there are many parents that have had to go through these situations when you separate or you get a divorce. Do you move? Do you stay? If you stay, can you stay? What if you can't stay and you need to move, and you need to move your kids to a different school district? I don't know anything about Meredith O'Neill, but Meredith O'Neill just picked up and moved to a goddamn other state. Is her daughter going with her? I don't know. Like, that's tough, right? Like, you have to make a decision. And we made the decision that moving to Swansea and being able to save this home for foreclosure would be better for my husband's credit. It would be better for consistency. Alex would get to stay in his childhood home. We just made the decision, right? And it ended up becoming an absolutely devastating thing for Julia to leave Somerset. Now, keep in mind, she met her current husband in 7th grade and they started dating in 7th grade. And at the time, we were seriously not going to consider that my daughter was in a relationship with someone and that she couldn't go to school with him anymore, because why would you weigh that in on a factor when you make a decision like where you're going to live, right? Like, it's 7th grade boyfriend. But it turned out that's who she ended up marrying. And she was very upset and she was very depressed. She starts the new school year in Swansea and she hates it. She misses her friends, she misses her boyfriend, and she is absolutely miserable. And Julia is, again, very high functioning. She's very smart. She plays sports. She joined the math team, and she could not make friends. She couldn't make friends. She was super sad. And February vacation rolls around and she says, I'm not going back to school. So Ron and I came over to the house. We talked to Julia. Then she went downstairs and Jeff and I talked. And Ron was like, we got to get her back into Somerset like this year. Now, Somerset has a school choice program for high school. So there was a chance that she could get put on the list and she'd be able to get into Somerset High School anyway, freshman year. So we only really had to deal with the second half of the 8th grade year. This is what kind of parent I am, Aiden. This is what kind of parent my husband is, what kind of parent Ron is. So we together meet as a group and we are trying to figure out what to do. And my daughter is upset, depressed, can't make friends. And we decide to go to the school district in Somerset and ask if there was a way that they would consider her going to school there from February until June and then getting on school choice. We met with the school district and they said no. So in that meeting, Ron said, if I rent an apartment in Somerset, can she qualify to come to school here? And the school said, it's got to be your primary residence. So Ron doesn't want to move into an apartment. He owns a house. But this man was literally ready to rent an apartment and have it empty and just pay the rent so our daughter could qualify to go to Somerset schools. And they said no. So we tried talking to the school. We tried renting an apartment and we got nowhere. And February vacation came and Julia didn't go to school the week after that. She stayed out of school for a whole week. This kid had never even missed a goddamn fucking day of school ever. She didn't want to go to school. And so I came up with the idea of asking a family friend if Julia could live with her. So I went to the school and I said, Julia's going to go and live with these people in their home. They knew who they were. Children is currently in the school district. She's one of Julia's friends, and the mother graduated from the school with Jeff, right? So they're Somersetters. And I said, Julia's going to go live there. And whatever, dude. The school district said that living there wouldn't be enough, that we had to sign over custody or guardianship of Julia to the mother. And I talked to Ron, and Ron and I talked to an attorney, and they, first of all, thought it was absolutely crazy that we were doing this. But we were all set to do it. We were advised on what to write on those documents, which was, this is the reason why we are doing this. Like, we can't provide a suitable home environment for her. But the testimony in court was very different. We told the truth in front of the judge. We told the judge why we were doing it. The mother was there. She agreed to take on the responsibility of Julia. And we told the judge why we were doing it. We wanted her to be with her friends. We wanted her to enjoy school, even for February until June, and then hope that she would get school choice in the following year. And the judge looked at Julia, who had to testify, and the judge said, you're very lucky that you have parents who would do something like this for you. And she was crying, and she said, I know. I was crying. You know, Ron was there. We all had to testify.
And we had to go through this crazy fucking scenario just so my daughter would be happy. And then we had to sign over our rights as parents because the school district forced us to do that. So Julia could go to school from February until June of her 8th grade year. So we did that. So it's not a big aha moment for you people where you're sitting there and saying, look at this. She had to sign over the rights of the child. That's the reason. That's what it was. That's why we did it. Pull the transcript, pull the audio, get your fucking stories right. Every single solitary time you people frame me as a scumbag piece of shit, I will remind my followers or people who are just out there observing all of it, it's never true. There's always the truth. There's what these people are framing me as being responsible for, and then there's what really happened. And the giddiness and excitement that Aiden has for sharing these things without the full story is disgusting. It's gross. So that is the other piece of paper that's floating around. I have to pause you for a second. We're going to listen to a song. I have to go get something else so we can disprove something else for you all this morning as well. Drama week is my favorite week.
I know we are so far away, and we can't hold each other now. But soon we will be together. I'll find you in the crowd. An ocean apart we are, but not for long, I know. Text me what you're wearing until the Wilbur show. Under the table I will touch you, finger bang you all stream long. Above the desk I'm dope boy, but your daddy down below.
Okay. Okay. This is a folder. After Karen Reed 2, Holly McNamara, who used to live in Somerset, filed a restraining order attempt on me, saying that I physically confronted her and she was in fear for her life at a Karen Reed verdict watch event outside of Norfolk Superior Court. I took a week off from my job of whatever it was I was doing. Was this cut 1 or 2? I can't remember. The dates are a little confusing. Did I take a week off? Or was that from something else? I can't remember. Anyway, I'll pull it in a second. So there was a website that was floating around locally. And on that website, Holly McNamara put up a bunch of documents on this website that she said, well, let's back it up. I don't know if Holly McNamara was behind the website, but the only person who shared the website was Holly McNamara at the time. We couldn't find a connection from anybody else, but there was a bunch of stuff on the website, including court documents and things that had nothing to do with me. I prepared for my case against Holly McNamara because I countered and asked for an HPO. Now, we have the audio for that. I think I've played it before. Holly made this huge case. She had testimony. I had a counter suit. And once I recognized, and it was really just a security blanket. Like, if there's no way to know what the judge is like, what if this judge is like going to, hand out restraining orders? Well, I wanted to be able to present mine, and I felt like I had more of a case for a restraining order than Holly did. So I prepared this binder. And so in it, I organized documents, and we're going to pull it up. Is it right here, or did I already pull it out for all of you? I already pulled it out for you guys. Child abuse case. Okay. So these are facts that were entered as an affidavit into the case. I just happen to have copies of them here. On or around March 2024, my employer at the time, Fall River Reporter, published an article I wrote about Holly McNamara, where she was a candidate for office in the town of Selectman. The article pertained to McNamara's multiple court hearings regarding credit card debt. The article was published on our website as well as the Facebook page for Fall River Reporter. After the article was published, McNamara commented on the article that I had been involved in a child neglect case. A screenshot of the case was also posted. My employer removed the comment and contacted me the next morning for a face-to-face meeting, where I was told that I was going to be let go from my position at Fall River Reporter because of the child neglect case. This particular case involved a woman who let a man live with her and her children, and the man sexually abused the woman's daughter. My employer told me that he saw other individuals commenting on McNamara's own Facebook page saying that I was found guilty of child neglect. The Jessica Machado and the family probate case was not me. I had to prove to my employer that this was not me by showing him the ages of my children, which did not correspond to the case, showing him that I did not live in Dartmouth, where the case occurred, and to offer other evidence, including my marriage certificate, to show that and also speaking to members of my family to prove that was not me. Summary: at the time of this incident, I had been employed for less than 6 months with my employer, working hard at my new career. McNamara's public comments caught the attention of my employer, who was fully prepared to fire me over the accusations. McNamara perpetuated these false claims about me by allowing friends of hers to post the same lies and screenshots of this case on her personal Facebook page. Memes were made saying I was found guilty of child neglect and directing McNamara's followers to search for the case online themselves. Not only did McNamara not delete these false claims, but she also laughed at them. I have never been convicted of child neglect. I've retained full custody of my 3 children since the day that they were born. I pride myself on being a mother over anything else. I devote my time as a stay-at-home mother, raising my children with love and care. The accusations of these reprehensible crimes has made me sick to my stomach. As these comments continue on social media, I became overwhelmed with my inability to counterpoint these lies. I became worried about my daughters and the adults who read these comments, thinking that they had been sexually abused. This was a particularly difficult time. I suffered from shame and intense stress. That court case of child neglect and child sexual abuse is now being shared across Twitter by some of the same agents that Aiden uses and gets his information from. And it is not accurate. It's not true. I submitted this in my cases. This is something that is not easy to dispute because there are privacy concerns when it comes to DCF cases. At the time when this happened, I went and I tried to figure out how I could prove this was me. There's no way I can get a copy of any of that stuff even redacted. I tried. I guess the only thing I can say is the initials of the child in there are not the initials of my children, but the dates of this do not correspond with when my name became Machado. I was not a Machado at the time of this case. It doesn't matter for the internet though. It takes on a life of its own. It gets shared. And everybody just goes with it the same way Aiden just goes with that my husband was a squatter, that, you know, all of it they just go with it. Same situation happened when the expert said that I was the person behind the swatting call. I have yet to be able to prove that I was not a part of that. I have no way of proving that it wasn't me. I just have to sit here and go, it wasn't me, and people will just do it. So that's the other thing that's going around right now. I have a DCF case. Chat GPT or Grok said it's true, so it must be true. Could never possibly be that somebody just Googled this stuff, found it, and said, "Oh, we definitely should push this out. It's definitely just Machado." Couldn't possibly be that. There's also a bunch of other things that were posted on that website, including a bunch of other financial cases for companies that were not me. The dates on these don't line up. I mean, 2006 being sued for something. I was not Jessica Machado in 2006, but this is a printout of the website where these things were put up there, and people were able to see them. I'm sure they will eventually make their way to Twitter as well. Those are also not me. I don't know what to tell you. You know, so there's that. We have a copy of what was entered into evidence. This is Holly McNamara's post. On the bottom, there is a person that says a meme, and it says, "Remember that time she was found guilty of child neglect? That was awesome." And a woman goes, "I heard that. Is it definitely true? Was it? She paints herself as a super mom. Look at her mom group." And this person on Holly's page, which Holly laughed at the comment, says, "Yep, it's searchable in the court in Fall River. If you look her up, her name is in the system." Now, I don't have things digitally. I like to have things printed out, but I got all the lies that were pushed out about me first time in court twice. My marriage certificate shows the date of when I was married, April 12th, 2013. Do your fucking homework. Okay. Let's do some calls. Okay. All right, we'll take some phone calls. And put this open. There we go. All right, how's the chat? How's everybody? Everybody good? Everybody's great? I'm not great. I deleted my Twitter account yesterday. It was the post about DCF got to me. The way that people were sharing it. It was it got to me. It just got to me yesterday. I can't be on the internet watching and seeing that shit. Or whatever. I will say that it was yesterday, right around the time that I got rid of my Twitter. I think I was like this close to giving up this channel. And if I'm being honest with you, it's still a thought that is running through my mind right now. I don't know how to explain it. So, usually have one person out there that's kind of like dodging accusations about things like that, right? Like, oh, this person, I can't even think straight, but like one person saying something about a person, right? And it's not true. And you kind of got to like, either you got to say it's not true, you got to prove it's not true, you got to have people say it's not true, whatever the case is. The sheer number of lies that are being told about me are getting to be overwhelming in a way that I am now starting to worry about like my reputation now. Like I worry that a regular person who doesn't watch my show catches wind of this DCF case that has nothing to do with me and just subconsciously is like, ew. You know, like I worry that somebody who doesn't watch my show or maybe is now just starting is watching Aiden's show and listening to him say that my husband and I were squatters in a property. Like, and like, I start to worry about that and how that affects my reputation. I start to worry about this she steals from veterans thing. And, you know, Abby put up a post yesterday where she's like, you know, it should be so simple to like do it this way. And I was like, you know, I almost gave my Shopify over to someone for them to just do it. And then I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm not even saying it's I know a person, it's somebody I know, but I've never met in real life. And I was, you know, I was like, I'm just going to hand over my Shopify, let them do it. And I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I'm going to give my bank account to someone, and I, no offense to her, and she's lovely, but it was like, what am I doing? And even if I do, will that be enough? If I open up my Shopify account and show it all, is that going to be enough? When I showed my bank account, that wasn't enough. It was fake receipts. When I said, I had refunds, I paid my bill out of it. Well, why'd you pay your bill out of Shopify? Because I wasn't making any money at the time. It's my final profit. I didn't take the money and like buy myself a fake Louis Vuitton bag with it. I just was barely keeping my head above what this is October, November. I was barely monetized. Like I wasn't, it doesn't matter what so I say it wasn't me that's squatting. I call, I get this thing. What happens? The name of the person who calls name is Jeffrey. So then it's back like, oh, like every single solitary time I say, the newest is Valerie. Valerie's like, I've got someone in my inbox telling me that you drive drunk every weekend. I don't even drink every weekend. I don't even drink every weekend. I can't tell you the last time I was really drunk outside of when I was in Pensacola. I don't understand how people can just lie, and one lie and then maybe a while later another lie. But this is like, we're currently in month 2 of some of the most egregious fucking shit ever. And I feel like my reputation cannot overcome it. I feel don't talk about these content creators for a week. Why should that be the reason why, or the starting point for people to not lie about me? Why do I have to keep my opinion about people to myself in order to prevent people from lying about me? I mean, over the past couple of days, I just keep thinking to myself, can I finish the year and have all my debt paid off and end this and just be done and go back to anything? Like the goal here was to kind of like get through Julia's wedding, have enough money for that. The goal is to get like, do I need any of this? Any of the stuff that I don't need any of it. I don't need the money that comes along with this, the lying, the disparaging shit. I give my opinion on the internet just like everybody else. I don't give back nearly what these people have done to me. I don't do anything like what these people are doing to me. If I did, then I would say, okay, so where's the $5,200, Aiden, from the Halloween fundraiser that you were supposed to have given to Karen Reed? Now, this came up last fall. Somebody talked about it. And at that time, Aiden talked to me on the phone. And he told me that he never paid it. He told me he didn't pay it and that he needed the money at the time. Fuck Karen is, I think, the way he said it. She didn't need the money. And he never paid it. But now he has to pay it. And so he didn't know how to pay it. Because if he paid the $5,200, people would know that he paid it. So he told me that what he was going to do was he was going to go on the portal and he was going to pay it in increments of $1,000 anonymously. So he didn't care as long as the money got there. And it would be $1,000 here, $1,000 here, $1,000 here, $1,000 here, $1,200 here. And so I went back and I looked, and I can't find any of those payments at all. Nowhere. And then I messaged Jenna Rocco and I asked her if she could see those payments. And Jenna Rocco can't see those payments. And so where's the $5,200? After you told me that you never paid it, and then you told me that you didn't know how to pay it, and then you said you were going to pay it in the portal under an anonymous name. Is it there? I can't see it. So can you see it? Can you show your bank account to show you made those payments? The way these people are making me show my bank account for $440 or $700. Where is it? What? Well, I'm not even hitting nearly as hard as any of these motherfucking people are doing to me. And yet you're sitting over there in a space and a place where you are actually doing the wrong thing. You are actually lying. You are actually a motherfucking liar. Where's the money? Show your receipts. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe after you told me that you were going to do this, you've done it. I went back and looked. I asked Jenna. Nobody can see the 5,200. Nobody can find 1,000. Maybe it's it. But I think the best thing for him to do is to show his bank account showing that he paid it. Because anything over $1,200 in the state of Massachusetts is a felony. And you're on bail. So I would get your receipts together and get them out to the public right away so everybody knows. People are coming after me for $220 fucking dollars of expenses that I couldn't even afford. So I just took them out of a profit of something I didn't even need to do. I could have made the full amount of money on my own and paid my goddamn fucking car bill or my electric or whatever. I could have done anything with it, right? And you are watching that happen. You know it happens. And I got people making fake receipts about me, saying that I made my donations to Sky Hellfish, making fake fucking receipts. I don't know if it's him. I'm allegedly. He comments that he doctors shit so that people would believe it. You got Valhalla and Lauren sharing receipts that are doctored, saying that this can't possibly be a donation. She could not have made this. It says 2014. Why is it okay that I give my opinion about Broken Baker in the context of defending someone who I considered a friend, who I thought was getting shit on from everybody and who was really down bad? Why can't I do that? Why is this the result of it? If I have to step away from YouTube and be done with this place, fine, so be it. But if I do, I am going to be such a fucking menace. I will have all the fake accounts in the world. I will be in your fucking chats. I will be an absolute fucking chaos agent. I have done nothing to anybody except what everybody else has done. I have handled myself with decorum when nobody's looking. I have done exactly what I should be doing in scenarios, keeping my mouth shut, looking the other way. I wasn't going to lie about hearing that Karen audio. I wasn't going to lie about it. I know it's a felony. Meredith herself is facing charges for wiretapping when he fucking wiretapped Karen Reed. I can't even, and then I'm a bad guy because I admit that I heard it. Don't play it for me. Don't record her. Don't record Karen and don't play it for me so that you can get 10 minutes of me making you feel like you're validated in everything that Karen Reed did and said to you in that call, because you need to hear validation. You need to feel like you did nothing wrong. And like I said earlier, the reason he is trying to discredit me, he is trying to make me out to be a scumbag, he's trying to make me be a fucking loser to the whole internet, is for this. So when I say to you, he called me and he told me that he hadn't paid the $5,200 and that it was like, fuck it, Karen didn't need the money. I did. And now this is why he doesn't want you to believe me. So don't believe me. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Maybe he paid it after that. I don't know. I don't see it. I haven't seen it. Jenna hasn't seen it. Nick hasn't seen it. So unless it's hidden in there, unless he paid $25, $50 anonymously all over the course of the time since February, then. But definitely take your time and do a spreadsheet, sir, about how many times I mentioned your name. A lot. The answer is a lot. It's also not illegal to talk about you on the internet. It's not illegal to talk about you on my show. It's not illegal to say the name Aiden Carney. I also resent the fact that like my supporters have to like secretly say they like me, or if they say they like me, now they got a shitty nickname, they got a bad nickname, they're bunions, they're all the shit like that. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Good morning, you're live.
Good morning, Jess.
Good morning.
I love you so much. I'm down south in the heart of Dixie of Alabama.
Oh, good morning.
I am one of your biggest fans, and I
Thank
want to
you.
tell you that it hurts my heart to see you have to defend yourself. These people are scumbags, and I hope that you get to a point to where it doesn't bother you and you're able to say your piece about what's being said about you and move forward and rise above it, because we know, your bunnies know the truth. And you have nothing else to have to defend yourself over. Aiden Carney is scum. He's a liar. And that just needs to be kind of like a disclaimer. Aiden Carney is a liar. And then you move on with whatever content you want for the day, because we're going to be watching no matter what you do. And please do not leave YouTube. Every morning we are refreshing for hours to see what time your show is going to start.
I promise I'll get more consistent if I stick around. It's been a rough summer.
Yes, I understand. Listen, I'm a little bit older than you, and I understand. I have had to in my life many times just turn around and say, I'm not going to go to that place anymore, right?
Right.
Or I'm not going to go to a restaurant where I know this woman hates me and has lied about me,
Right.
or whatever. So, but, you know, then again, they have the best pasta. So, you know, I'm hurting myself.
Biting off your nose to spite your face, I think is what
Yes,
they say.
yes. And I really want you to know that you have thousands, even though every day you may not realize it. We watch on replay. We work. We get up in the middle of the night. We get up early before you are, and we watch the show before, or we get to catch you live when we're refreshing to see you. And don't give up. We love you. We're going to be here for you no matter what. Don't quit. If you need breaks, if you need to change topics, if you need to do whatever you need for your piece, go ahead. We're going to be here waiting when you get back.
Thank you.
And we love you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep going and don't fight anymore over these, because listen, right now you getting upset, you know as well as I do, and you feel it, that you're giving them what they want. All you have to say is this: they are liars. And I got one question before we go.
Yes.
What is the reason you're worried about your reputation, them ruining your reputation? Like, or is it for future businesses? Is it for this community that?
That's a good question. I felt like, I don't know. I felt like every day there was something new, right? And it was like, oh, okay, well, you know, I can counterpoint that, or I can hopefully show people like that's not true. Like I'm gonna get the proof out there that the swatting didn't happen, right? I know I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna prove it. It wasn't me. But it feels like right now, like I guess the thing that tipped the scales is the stuff about my husband and DCF and stuff like that. Like almost the rest of it I didn't care about, but like the most important thing to me obviously is like my kids, being a mom, you know? So it's like the idea that people think that I would like do anything to my kids or whatever, it's very upsetting. I almost don't care about the other stuff. Like I care, it seems, but this particular stuff deals specifically with parenting and being a mom, and that's what's pissing me off, I guess. And I feel like it's so subjective, like what kind of a parent I am. Like unless my kids come on here and start saying like, you know, this and this, I just don't like the idea that my reputation as a parent could get ruined. It's the most important thing to me, I guess.
It's only ruined in your mind. Your reputation is not ruined. All anyone has to do is watch the last 8 months of episodes that you've done and know that you are a fabulous parent. If they really want to know about Jess Machado, okay, let me check out and see what kind of show she does. They'll see every moment you've had with your kids, and they'll say, this is some bullshit that people are out here talking about. If they really care about your reputation, it's all bullshit. Please, believe me, it's in your mind that it's going to be out there forever. It's not. This will pass. God's got you in his favor. And you just keep rolling, girl. You just keep rolling.
Thank you. Thank you for a great call.
Have a great day.
You too. It's that piece of like the parenting stuff that gets me. I don't know. Because I just feel like just hate it. I hate all of it right now. Oh, I hate the baker. He's the worst person on the planet. He's gross. Lies, gross. So I just felt like with this DCF thing, like, I don't know. Just feel like I don't want to be around on here anymore. Hi, you're live. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 5 today. How are you?
Okay, I'm a 10.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, so I was just going to say, Aiden said that he didn't have time for the drama with you and Baker, right?
Right.
He didn't have time. He's fighting for his life, Jess.
I know.
Okay, Jesus.
Sure has a lot of time now. He's got a lot of time for a valid truth journey about me now.
Well, on a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And then here's my other thought was, he talked about how like no one listens to Meredith, right? No one listens to her and take her seriously.
Right.
Then why did you call and say that you like begged for her not to continue talking?
Right.
Everything is
yeah,
erroneous information,
right?
But and you have such little subscribers that we shouldn't take you seriously. Then just forget about it. Then just don't worry about this. I guess.
Right.
One or the other.
Right.
So that's all.
Well, you're right. You made some great points. Thanks, bestie.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Anyway, I just feel that there is nothing, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'll hear it, but like, I feel like there's nothing. Oh boy. Good morning, 24 and 24. You're live.
First time caller, long time listener.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Short, I'll keep it sweet. I want to remain anonymous because it's some heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Just FYI, keep your head up. But I want to let you know that I categorize myself as a mentally unfit, unwell individual. So I've heard rumors that you're thinking about stopping the show, this, that, and the other thing. You know the Fall River Bridge?
Yeah.
The bridge in Fall River?
Yeah.
If you stop the show, I will swan dive off of it. So you don't know me, that's perfectly fine. You know, it's just a person from the internet.
Yeah.
But if you call it quits, so will I. So
Yikes.
let that weigh on your conscience.
Yikes.
And shout out Meredith for a beautiful new home. Shout out Pete Peters. And yeah, that's it. So Godspeed, good luck. Fuck Freddie and Kane, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Pat Ford, everybody. Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm not saying that I want to leave so everybody will go, please don't leave. I am telling you exactly how I feel. I feel like it is like, what is the point? What am I doing this for? Why am I doing this? I know for you guys, we could talk on the phone. We could do a Zoom call. Why? It could be private. Could be private. We don't have to do it in public. If you want to be like a bunny, we could do a Zoom. We could meet in real person. Like, why? What are we doing this for?
Why are we going to? I've been at YouTube for 1 year, just over 1 year. And over the course of the year, there have been so many highs, but there's so many lows. And I'm wondering, like, is it worth it? Like, people like bringing up my court documents about me, you know, writing my child off to somebody else and it just sitting out there. And I'm going, I never expected it to go this way. I'm also not proud of myself and my behavior sometimes. I'm not proud of what I've done to contribute to the pile on Meredith. I'm not proud of lying for Aiden. I'm not proud of overlooking his behaviors, but I did it, and I probably would have continued to do it had he not turned on me. I probably would have just kept doing it just because I wanted to be, I didn't want to. Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
I just want to give you my opinion, not that my opinion matters, but I've been watching, I started watching YouTube during the Karen Reed stuff, deleted and unfollowed, unsubscribed to a lot of the followers I was listening to just because of all the bullshit and drama. They remind me of a bunch of middle school bullies in the schoolyard. And it's disgusting. It's like everybody is an adult, supposedly. Who cares who's right, who's wrong? Who cares what you do? If someone that is that obsessed with your life is unhappy in their own. I listen. I start work at 6 a.m. You get me through my mornings. I watch other creators for different trials. Right now I'm watching Melanie with Lindsay Clancy. To each his own.
Right.
But you can have your opinion of Baker. I have my opinion of Baker. I have my opinion of Will.
Right.
What is right? What is wrong? And who is in charge of the morality police?
Right.
Is Aiden? Is it Aiden's decision? Who you could like, who you can't like? I mean, I've caught him in so many lies just listening to him, and
Right.
it's like I liked him carrying, during the trial, but I unsubscribed. I can't even listen to him anymore.
Right.
Same thing with Will.
Right.
And it's like, why is anybody that obsessed with somebody else's life? I don't understand. He's fighting for his life, but yet he's out, as he says, whoring himself out, charging people $500 plus the cost of dinner to go out with them.
I missed that. That must have been recent. I missed that whole
That
thing.
was last night.
Yeah.
He went out with someone Saturday night, a couple.
Right.
And someone asked last night, too, well, what do you charge with? Well, I started $500 plus the cost of the meal for
Yeah.
me and his plus one. And
Right.
I'm like, who in their right mind would pay that? Granted, it's he's fighting a First Amendment issue that we're all entitled to, but he doesn't know how to stop.
I am going to charge $1,000 for a dinner with me and Jeff, and I will tell you everything I know about Aiden Carney during that meal. How's that?
I'm sure people would jump on it. I mean, it's crazy.
So stupid.
But it is very stupid. But you can do, he says, oh, I don't go on vacation. And, makes fun of you because, fairy godmother gifted you her condo for a week. But what about the same person that gives him a house down the Cape every week, every summer?
I'm not fighting myself in court. I don't have a bunch of indictments. I have the ability to go and relax and go on vacation and get away from my family. I'm sorry that he can't do that or he doesn't want to do that, but I can do that. I'm not wrapped up in a bunch of fucking criminal charges like he is. And
Right.
Sorry. I don't know what he cares.
Adult, and my husband and I mean, we're way past empty nesters. I mean, our son is an adult with his own children.
Yeah.
I still work, but
Right.
we come and go as we please.
Right.
We don't know. When you start paying my bills, then you can tell me where I can go, what I can spend my money on,
Yep.
who I can socialize with. Until then, No.
Aiden has
Like
never
I
given
said-
me a dime. Aiden has never given me a dime. He has never paid for a meal. He has never, I think he bought one subscription to me one time. Like, he has never done, and he's never, my husband, the comment I think that really set this whole thing off is exactly the same comment you just said. Is Aiden like the morality police in this whole thing? And that was my husband saying, who made Aiden Carney the moral compass on what we can and we can't talk about? And that is really, I think, where everything kind of started, because he took offense to, God forbid, somebody's man or husband or whatever saying this. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if I were you and my husband, Jeff, my husband's ass would be sitting in jail because he would have beat the shit out of Aiden.
I know.
And I mean, but again, like, so you know what they say, the best offense is a good defense, or the best
Right.
defense is a good offense. You could say it either way.
Right.
So let me defend myself by deflecting everything off of me and putting it on you, so nobody looks at my faults anymore.
Right.
He's full of faults.
Right.
I mean, who was he? All right, granted, that lady in New Jersey reached out to him.
Yep.
Okay, now it's over. Stop, but he can't stop.
Right.
He can't. So now he's, indicted again down there.
Right. Well, I even think about just the act of recording Karen, right? Like, so even if he had a conversation with Karen and say it went the way that it did, which I've heard the recording in its entirety, right? So say, well, first of all, he was recording her. And so how he sounded on there was by design, right? The way that he talked to her was under the notion that he was recording himself and he wanted himself to sound a certain way. So he never raised his voice. He was almost kind of like patronizing in some of the statements that he made to her. But what if that conversation did happen and he wanted to just share with me and Kim and Will, like, the things Karen said, right? The fact that he recorded her and then played it for people, just so that, for what reason? So we could know Karen was angry under pressure, so that we could see that Karen, sounded the same way she sounded in her, voicemails to John. Like, I just look at that and I'm going, like, I could have recorded every single solitary phone call I ever had with Aiden Carney, and it would be the most devastating thing for him ever, right? And I never did. I never thought about it. I never wanted to. I would never do it. The fact that he did this to someone who literally, like, changed the course of his life financially, like, as far as like professionally, the fact that he would do that and share like a sound bite of her frustrated and angry just for validation, and then to be so flagrant and not even protect it, right? Even if he wanted it to make sure we all agreed with him and we're like, wow, dude, she is mean. Like, the fact that he didn't protect her or protect the whole thing is so irresponsible. Like, he just can't stop. You said he can't stop with the lady in New Jersey. Why does he do this? Why is it so impulsive? Why does he never stop and think about like the end game for any of this stuff and how people are going to be affected by it?
Because he's got a God complex. Like, everybody has to bow down to him. And, I saved Karen Reed. Well, first of all, what you did was illegal. But, your Meredith is facing,
Right.
is indicted on doing the same thing.
Right.
And it's not right for her to do it, but it's okay for him to do it.
Right.
It's illegal.
Right.
Yes, he should get in trouble for that. But then did you ever think that by sharing it with those of you he shared it with, he would have you more under his control because you were complicit? You listened to it and you didn't turn him in?
I mean,
so now he's got you, Kim, where he wants you, because now he wants everybody to turn on Karen because she's no longer fighting for her life. Now poor Aiden is.
I was so scared that we were going to get in trouble for hearing that.
you know what I mean? It's the number one reason why I just said it publicly. And no one ever called me. Nobody ever called me. No lawyers, no police. Nobody ever called me and said, did you hear a recording? Like, nobody ever called me. I don't know why that never, especially when we see Meredith is like facing charges. Like, I don't know why this never came to fruition. Like, why I said it. And like, he talks about like this timeline and he's going to share. And he's like, oh, I was so stressed out. She was stressing me out. And it was like, dude, you put me and Kim, and Will doesn't seem to care, but Kim and I in a position where we're adjacent to a felony. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And I think he did that knowing what he was doing, that he would be able to, you know, if I go down, you're going with me.
Right.
You knew about it. You didn't do anything about it. So guess what? You're just as bad.
Right.
You're compliant. So, you know, now it's time to save me because, you know, I'm facing 100 years. Well,
right.
if you didn't do the shit you did, you wouldn't be facing 100 years.
Right. Right.
You know, granted, yeah, I'm sure if I seen any of the McGalwarts out in the wild, I'd say the same, ask them the same questions.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
right.
that part, yes, I totally get it. He shouldn't be held responsible. You know, it is a First Amendment right as a journalist.
Right.
But it's the going on, the not know how to stop. Same thing, Meredith moved on with her life.
Right.
She bought a house. She moved out of state, starting over. He can't let that go.
Right.
The stuff on today that she bought a vanity.
Yeah.
She set up a vanity, but he had to hire someone to set up his daughter's vanity. And it's like, oh, now his followers, whatever you want to call them, are posting pictures. Oh, see, she's obsessed. She's going to buy the same furniture. It's like,
I mean, listen, I maintain that the original things we learned about Meredith from that previous relationship were concerning. And I've been in many relationships and I've never acted the way that Meredith did. And I think that because of those previous documents that talked about that relationship and breaking into the email and all of that stuff, I think, we, by default, we were supporting Aiden in this whole thing. But that scenario and what happened with that guy, I think we wrongfully included that in this, and it should be separate. And I think what she was doing to him, I don't know. I actually know too much about some other things here, so I can't really say. But
right.
I just think.
Well, then why can't you say it? If he's going to do this Tell the Truth journey about you, like.
The reason I haven't said anything, I mean, I said today about the 5,200, right? Because it's almost to the point where he is perpetuating and encouraging people to, I think, what is the word that he used today? He's like, she's a social pariah or whatever. Like, you got to get rid of her. He's telling people to unsub for me. Like, he's doing all this stuff and I haven't said anything. And I'm just kind of getting to the point. It's like, but my take was this is why I always held the line with Aiden. It, to me, was like a test of my tenacity with him. It was, no matter what he did, I'm going to stay. Everybody else leaves. I'm going to stay. I'm going to prove that I can stay and be associated with him and be friends with him, despite the behaviors, despite all of the stuff. It was almost like a competition in my head that, like, it made me feel as a part of the bigger pattern of, like, forgiving him for the article about me, that I am going to stand by him. And I think I was blindly focused on that notion that he did this to me. I forgave him. I healed myself as much as I can, cue the manipulative crying. And then I was going to stand by him was all part of the bigger picture of, like, somebody who fucking hurt me and caused me to go through, total social, this whole issue with me and my community and all of this stuff. Like, I'm the better person, Jessica. I'm the better person. I'm better than him. I'm better than other people who would do this. And the right thing to do is stand by someone who needs support and help. He would never do that to you. I'm not saying that was the whole thing, but it was just like this thing in my head where it's like, I can't give up on him. I can't. He needs
I always felt he needed good, solid people around him. He has Erica, who I think I'll never say a bad word about Erica. Erica and I were starting to get really close for a while. And then when this shit happened, she doesn't talk to me anymore. But like, I always felt like Erica was like good people. I felt like he didn't have enough of people like that behind him or around him. So I am a giving person. I do feel like I like to help people. And I feel like it was all in that same vein of like, he needed someone reasonable around him, I guess. I don't know.
But now you look and you wonder why there's nobody like that around him. Look what he does to people.
Jen Altman was right. That's all I'll say. How about that? Jen Altman was right.
But then I think at the end of the day as well is, what about if that was his daughter or his son being treated like that by a bunch of bullies in the schoolyard?
I maintain Aiden does not care about his children. I will maintain he does not care about his children. I have too many examples where Aiden does not actually care about his children. He is not a good father. And he prioritizes himself over his children perpetually. And so that's it. And that will maybe, because of Julie and who she is as a person, will never manifest itself in a courtroom, but it will manifest itself in the relationships that he has with his children over time as they get older. He is not a good parent. That's it.
Sad.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to give you
No, I appreciate you had some really good points.
Just, saying that, don't let him get to you. Just like, the biggest bullies always go down in some way. My husband was one of 6 boys growing up, and, there's kids that were afraid, just the family name or whatever.
Yep.
But I'm like, were you a bully? He's like, no, I beat up the bullies. So it's like every bully will get taken down eventually, and then what? And I think that he might have been bullied as a kid. They act like middle school bullies, and
Right.
it's disgusting. It is totally disgusting.
I think the
And I'm
thing
like,
is, though, is like I didn't want this to be my show. I think there's enough proof to show, like, I always wanted to. I started with the journalism stuff, and then I kind of felt like it was dry. And then I was like, I want to have fun. It's why I brought Bunny After Dark back. I wanted to do some shit talking and some gossip, but also fun shit. And like where we're at right now, it's not even what I don't want my show to be. This I shared the other day. I don't know if I shared it on the platform you're on, if you're on X or not, but I reshared the clip or the whole show of me, Jimmy, Erica, and Paul, right? When we did, like, they came on my show and we did all these funny skits. Like, I feel like that's what feels rewarding. It feels good when I do journalism on here. It feels good. This stuff, like, it just doesn't feel good in my soul. I hate how I feel after I get off. It's just, I underestimated the veracity of like statements and how things can spread. And I think it's an experience that really added to this whole thing. I literally thought I could joke about the baker on the internet. I never knew the repercussions of that. You know what I mean? Never. I will tell you, like, I never joked about Aiden. I never talked about any of the stuff that I thought, I don't know. I just kept it quiet for a long time.
I just think too, as well as with the baker, I just think that was an excuse.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the reason. I just think that was an excuse. Okay, she did this. Now we can take her down.
If you talk to Spicy Misty, or if you listen to Spicy Misty,
she's a trip.
She's got a lot of experience out on YouTube, and she kind of like shows the connection that Baker has with his people, the expert, Valhalla, then Megan Fox, and then all of these things. And she shows like the web of this. And I'm certainly not the first person this stuff has happened to, but like they've given me examples of like other people that it's kind of impact, like Nick Rekieta, right? Like the stuff that happened with Nick, like his whole channel was destroyed, you know what I mean? And he's back in a different place now. And so I think there's like a lot of stuff I was unaware of. Joke just a baby, but I mean, I really did not have any idea about this stuff when I started. And I don't know. Sometimes I just don't feel like I'm made for it. You know what I mean? Like I'm out here like pushing through it, but like it's exhausting. I'm tired. I hate these things about my husband. I hate the shit about my parenting and my kids. Like all the rest of the stuff I could handle. It's just the family stuff. Cause that, to me, that's the only thing that matters. You know what I mean? So.
Right. And they know that because you brag about your family and how much you love your children. And you knew that's what you wanted to be when you grew up with a mother.
Yeah.
They know that. So let's let's go after that because you know that's what matters.
Right.
Well, everything else we did isn't taking her down.
Right.
Let's go after the family.
Right.
But just think, if you let them do that, they win. Do
Right.
they deserve to win? Absolutely not.
No.
Go back to who you were. Go back to what makes you laugh. Go back to what makes you smile. Go back to Bunny After Dark. Just, as hard as it is, put the other shit out of your head. Because look where it's coming from. It's not like it's coming from your best friend. It's not like she's downing your relationship and talking about your husband.
Right.
These are people you don't know. You
Right.
formed internet relationships with.
Right.
Don't let them get to you.
Right.
Don't. Just keep your chin up. Know who you are. Know who your kids are. Know what your marriage is. And the hell with everything else. Just go back to who you were and back to when you were having fun doing this. Because if you don't like your job, it sucks.
Right. You're right. Thanks for a great call.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Yes. Yay.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Running with Scissors.
Oh, good morning.
I just love you so much. And I want to piggyback off of the last caller and say that, yes, go back to your roots. Also, first of all, the only opinion about your parenting that should matter are your children's opinions.
I know.
I think you're wonderful. If I get any more into it, I'm going to start crying.
Don't cry.
And you don't cry. No, I spoke to my son last night. We were going over his homework, and he has such a big heart. And he said something about something, and he poked at me, and then he immediately said, "Did I hurt your feelings?" And I was like, "No," and he just. It bothered him so much that he would have even thought of hurting my feelings.
Right.
And so our kids' opinions about us is only ones that matter. So don't you dare
Right.
don't do it. Second, don't get off. Don't shut down. Just my opinion. The whole Just Machado network. Bitch, I want to be on that.
You in? You want in on this?
Yeah, and I think there's more of us that want to get in on this. Now, I may not offer anything super good, but I'm.
Well.
I think, though, that you're so talented, and you can just, if you choose to stay off the X, you have so much to bring that you've already been bringing. People love you. You make my morning. My husband, if he doesn't hear you in the morning, he's like, "Why aren't you playing drums?" Where's stress?
In bed crying. I do have, it's terrible. I need to be reminded of that. But like when I was down for a couple days, whenever that was, and I had so many messages of people saying like, you know, my morning kind of like sucks, you know, like it's like my favorite show. And like, I'm talking about it in real time because I feel like a little fatigue, right? Like I got off of X. So that's when I really kind of know, like getting back on X, you know, watching Valerie like make all of these statements and stuff. And I'm going, I can't discipline myself. It was like a slow burn. Like I got back into it. It was like, I got back on X. I was minimizing how often I was on there. I'm like, I'm not on there a lot. And then before I knew it, I'm like, I'm out, I'm in the car, I'm checking notifications and I'm going, what am I doing? And there's no good on there, right? The good is here. The good is in the chat. The good is in the calls and the good is in real life. So I'm like, I'm done with that. And I woke up this morning and you know, I was watching some of Aiden's show last night and I'm going like, you know, I don't know. I'm getting pissed off. I want to fight back, but I also hate using my energy for that. I hate using my energy for fighting back. The last caller saying like, you know, we want to be proactive or like, you know, on the offense. And I'm like, I don't like doing that. You know what I mean? But like, I don't know, just feels like what's the next step? We went through the whole pile on, and then it seemed like, okay, that maybe kind of just they recognized I wasn't going anywhere. And so now we're at final boss level. Now we're dealing with Aiden. Now we're doing now Aiden Carney is doing a valid truth journey about me. You know what I mean? Like where are we living here in this? I don't know. So I was just feeling like a little aggravated, and I didn't know how to, I'm tired, and I didn't know how to handle this Megan Fox thing, right? So it was like, she puts out this thing and it's like, well, why don't you go a whole week and not talk about a content creator, right? And she's like, I'm pulling for you. And so on the surface, I read that and I go, well, that sounds nice, right? And so I'm like, I'm going to do it. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to do it last week, but let me plan my shows. Let me like really bring like my A game. Let's get some skits together. Let's be creative. The kids helped me. And then like I say it and she's like, nope, doesn't count. You do it right now. You start right now. And I'm going like, now I don't like you again. You know what I mean? Like so I didn't know how to play it. I didn't know, should I start this week and just never talk about this stuff? And I'm like, well, will they stop? No. So I don't know. But then I hate myself for talking about it. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and in the background, she's on Jolene Lenzer's chat talking shit about you. So it never really was something.
Oh, really? See, I wouldn't even know that. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah. So it's not, it's just, you're just a pawn.
Yeah.
And so I don't worry about that.
Right.
I think you have so much. And I think, honestly, I would love for you to have your own Just Machado documentary and what it's like to be you. And
I have been working with a publisher about a book. It's going very slow, but I thought.
Well, I think it would be awesome. I think people would love it, and you have a lot to share. And
thank you.
People love you. People love you, and they love to hate you because they hate to love you.
What would you do a show about if you did a show?
What would I do? Well, so I do have content, but it's totally different. That's when I'm like, I don't know if I would bring anything. I do stuff on trauma.
That's right. I do know this.
Yeah, I do some stuff on trauma. I've got a few shorts out there. My stuff is a little bit more somber, but I'm really new. I'm really new at being comfortable in front of the camera, and so I'm practicing.
You have a good voice.
Thank you.
You should join the Just Machado Network.
I would love to, even if I do like a quick little 5-minute thing where I come in there just to encourage you guys and
to talk about yours. I mean, look at Funeral Amy, right? Like she does, or Funeral Lady, but it's Amy. Like Amy's a funeral director. Like she talks a lot about like subjects that are kind of like hard to talk about, but she has a really great way of talking about it. I think there's like a thing for everybody.
Yeah, I did a lot of counseling when I was in the military, a lot of crisis intervention, and so I do have a dark sense of humor because that's how I got through it.
Right.
And a crazy freaking ex-husband who actually had a murder plan. Oh, I'm not supposed to. Unaliving plan for me and the kids.
What?
Like his mom had to turn him in, and it was crazy. He had a whole what is it called? A kit. Had a whole unalived kit for us, and
wait, you have to get and tell the story.
It's pretty wild.
I need to know.
But
wow. I mean, terrible, but you can't see my eyes, but I'm like, wait, what?
I have a pretty wild story.
You have a story to tell.
But I love you, and a lot of people love you, and a lot of people secretly love you, and they just can't get you out of their head.
Boy. So, thank you. Thanks very much. Yes. This is a really great call. It's nice to talk to you. Thanks for the encouraging words and letting me work through all of this stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Jess. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. You're live on 24 on 24. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Third time, long time.
Good morning, Miss Walsh.
I can't believe a man's life is on the line. You can't leave the internet now. And also, I've just left the gynecologist's office, and it's actually quadruplex. So we need to make onesies and buy diapers.
How are you doing?
Oh, lovely. I have jaundice.
Do you really?
No, that's what the internet's saying about me today. I had my physical last week. I just got my blood work back. Great news, haters. It's all perfect. Fucking idiots.
How do you like basically virtually ignore all of the terrible things that the internet says about you? How do you manage to wake up every day and not feel like you want to just shut it down?
I schedule 5 minutes a day to cry and then try not to look at it.
But you have a very particular way of not giving a fuck.
Well, yeah, because most of these people are losers in their basements.
Right. But you
Like,
remember that when they're saying things? I never remember that when they're saying things.
You have to train your brain to do it. And if what I do is I keep a rubber band on my wrist and you snap it every time that your brain betrays. So anytime you read a negative comment and you let it hurt you, snap the rubber band.
Train myself.
Yeah.
Did you send my husband a tight turquoise polo shirt?
I did.
Okay, we got it.
I expedited it.
We got it. I don't know what we're going to do with it yet. Although I will tell you, and I will tell everybody else, that I came home yesterday from dropping George off at work, and Jeff said, "Hold on, I have the perfect impression of Common Sense Investigator." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yep, I have the perfect impression." And I said, "Are you watching her?" And he goes, "Yeah, she talks about you. Her whole show's about you." And he put on like a trucker hat and he held the phone up to his mouth and he's like, "We're not going to talk about Jess Machado, but hold on, let's play Jess Machado show and talk." The way that he did it was so funny. And I was like,
I loved him so much.
I feel like everybody's husbands are now really like insignificant others are now tapping into all of these things. I know Spicy Misty's family is now watching some things and getting to know all the players, but Jeff, him telling me he has the best impression of this girl, of Warren Lauren. Yes, I couldn't believe it.
That's our secret weapon. I have a 20% male viewership rate.
That's
the boys are our secret weapon. They didn't plan on it.
They didn't plan on that, and they didn't plan on how much money YouTube is paying you for ads. It's.
But listen, we all love you. There are good days and bad days.
Yeah.
The sun's still gonna come up tomorrow. But whatever you do, you'll always have us behind you.
Thank you. Love you.
All right, love you too.
You're good people, by the way.
Can call in.
Okay.
Yeah, we're better than them in every single solitary way. And Baker, by the way, yesterday on his little hate rant admitted that when Aiden said everyone's going to chill out, Baker said I refuse to. So in case anyone needed more proof, this is all his fault. Okay.
He's gross.
Goodbye. Love you.
Love you too. Hi. Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Hi, it's Send It to Daryl.
Oh, hi, Send It to Daryl.
How is it going?
It's going.
Well,
thank you for, by the way, mentioning the song that I never played. I currently add it to every show now.
I love it so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And speaking of that, because haters gonna hate, and they hate your songs, but it's because they are so good.
They're good.
And I don't love AI songs, but also what you were just speaking to about our like spouses getting involved.
Yes.
I would never, and I do not ever talk to my husband about this stuff because frankly it's embarrassing.
Right.
But I'm at the point where last night I was almost going to play one of the songs for him because I just love it so much. And honestly, I think he's ready because he will absolutely be happy to support somebody who can't stand Turtle Boy. That's all I got to say about that. But so every hypocritical statement that is made on the other side just makes me like you more and want to come in defense of you more because it is so ridiculous at this point.
Right.
Like when you lied to your husband on your very public live stream on Saturday about how much money you spent on bags.
Yes.
That he was probably listening to.
Right.
Like,
that he was listening to, actually.
Yeah, give me a break.
Yes.
This is ridiculous.
Right.
What about all the lies that
Phoebe has told his wife at the time.
Right.
Like, we can just continually duck our head into the sand and keep it moving when it comes to all of his hypocritical behavior, all
Right.
his disgusting behavior.
Right.
And I'm just really aggravated about this whole court situation when you were reading those documents, because you have touched on it. I felt it was authentic and genuine. And I've always thought, you sound like a really good mom. And I'm a mom, and I'm a mom of a teenager and of a young one. And there's just things that I really liked about how you are a mother.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean you're perfect. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect.
Right.
But what you said about Aiden and how he is as a parent, I think, although we don't have receipts, I don't think we need them to
Right.
be able to know that there's some validity to that.
Right.
And
Right.
also, of course, he didn't donate that money to Karen. At least not when he said he did.
Right.
Because we all watched that stream. We all saw it.
Right.
And we all know.
I didn't watch that stream. I didn't watch it. I knew that there
Well, I
was
mean,
some conversation going on about
I've
it.
been a loyal watcher for
Right.
a long time.
Right.
So I've seen all that. And as he's saying that, I'm thinking, and loyal because out of interest, not because I think he is
Right.
God's gift to planet Earth. Like,
Right.
there's information I want to know.
Right.
And I don't know him as a person. I don't have to, like, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
no, it should not shock anybody that he would potentially not have donated that money. I think people need to be more aware and open their eyes more when he is on his streams talking that it's a lot of bullshit.
Right.
And to choose to ignore that is, you're right.
Right.
But what you're doing on the other side of it is just, it's absolute hypocrisy.
Right.
And the other thing, Megan Fox doesn't give a fuck about you, just like Aiden doesn't give a fuck about all
I
his new
know.
besties on the other side. Like Valhalla said once about he's going to go support Aiden and da-da-da. He doesn't care about you.
Right.
He never has and he never will.
I don't know
You are-
who Megan is, but like, you know, I did some brief homework and I was like, okay, she's a little bit of a high profile conservative. There's not a lot of us out there. So I never wanted to kind of have any friction with someone who was kind of on the same side of things with me.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
again, like I'm in Massachusetts, like there's not a lot of us. So she's not here, obviously, but I don't know. It's just like she gets a pass from me for that reason.
Yeah.
And also she has a big platform. I already had Jolene coming at me. I don't need this person. And so I really didn't get into it a lot. And then, you know, she's interjecting. Maybe I don't know where she's at, but maybe her views are also not great. And she is seeing a pattern of when Jess Machado is brought up or discussed, it translates to views. And so maybe she's going to kind of dip her toes into it. I don't really know. Or Spicy Misty could probably speak to it. I don't really know. But I don't know. I was kind of like looking at it, I think the wrong way. I thought it was like being kind and nice. And then I realized it wasn't being kind. She wasn't being kind and nice.
Honestly, I respect how you handled it because you don't need to. I just think she's in her own little faction of this drama. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I respect how you did that. And if she wants to be doing what she's doing, fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just wanted to say the hypocrisy that continues on the other side.
Yeah.
You know, Lauren, like, I lose respect by the day. And she's listening to the stream right now, or will be in due time, and will be planning her next stream. And it's like, just look in the mirror, dude. Like,
Right.
really break down all of this. Is Jess Machado the worst? Like I said on my first call, is she the worst out of all these people? I think not. And I think it's not right that you should feel like you have to come on here and share those court documents. But I'm really glad you did because
I haven't even shared everything. Like I want to share more
I'm sure.
documents and things like that. I want to share. I feel like I've just plateaued with it. I feel the original statements where I was saying like, oh, they moved the goalpost, and it's like every single time. Then when you kind of like hit a stalemate with something, then they just create a new thing. Now it's these new DCF documents. You know what I mean? So it's like every single time it's just a new thing, I guess.
They won't stop. And
Right.
if you had started your week not doing drama, there would still be shows dissecting what you did this week, and they would still be getting money off of those views.
Right.
So I think it's all bullshit. I think counterpoint what you want to counterpoint,
Yep.
do it with confidence.
Yep.
You are that Fall River whore. Like, just do it. And
I wish I could be
you're
more
gonna stay on
disciplined
here
to
because
not
we
do
like
it.
you.
I know. I don't want to leave. And I'm only said it because that's how I'm telling you that I woke up. I was like, I don't fucking want to do this anymore. I don't want to be here. I feel gross. I don't like them. I don't like the money is tied to this shit. Like, it was fine when the money was tied to fun, but when the money is tied to like this defending myself and like, I hate it. I feel gross about it. And I was like, there's got to be a better way. Let's just go work at Target. Let's go work at Dunkin'. We don't have to do this.
Don't do that. Come on.
We don't have to do it this way. We can.
No, and you know what? If they're getting their bag, you can get yours. But
Speaking of
that's
bag,
coming
I
from-
am pretty confident that bag is fake. And even though that lady said it was real, and she's like, I'm an estate sale planner. I have to authenticate these. I can't just go around. I really believed her, but I think it's fake.
Well, you can do a journalism on that one.
I'm gonna have
But
to.
I am gonna let you go.
Okay.
I certainly can't keep
Thank
you as
you.
long as I did last time.
Thank you.
And thank you for the songs.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Goodbye. I think the bag is fake. I think the bag is fake. I mean, I have her company name. I have my receipt. She told me I could bring it back and I could get my money back, but I think it's fake. Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Holy shit, I didn't think I'd really get through.
You did. Good morning.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Jess.
Hi.
Can I just tell you to pick your face up and smile because you bring so much light to so many of us. So I used to kind of just stay in the shadows and I didn't really chat, which
Yep.
I've started chatting more.
Okay.
And the community that you've brought out for so many of us, that I'm sure there's other moms like me that don't have very many people around.
Yeah.
There's times where I'll go a week without speaking to another adult besides my husband because I'm home with my kids or, you know, other things. Now I'm working nights, but I used to solely be a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah.
But this year's been really hard for me in a lot of ways. And you being so real about your life and your struggles has truly helped my life in a lot of ways. And I know that sounds stupid and people will say, oh, it's a, you know, parasocial. Not in the context of like, oh, I can't make it if I don't see Jess on a live. It's where I don't feel like such a loser.
Yeah.
Or like such a, oh my God, like, I can't believe I'm dealing with this.
Right.
You make people feel not alone. And that's a big deal. And in a world where we are all very lonely people because most of us are all online and stuff.
Yep.
You make a difference, Jeff. You make a really, really big difference. And I just wanted you to know that. And I'm sorry, I'm tearing up, but
are you okay? Like overall? You said you had a tough year. Like, is it okay? Is it better? Or are you still going through it?
It's getting better. Now that I'm working, things are getting easier. My husband used to bring in a significant large amount of money, and he lost that capability. And I went from never looking at price tags to, oh my God, how are we going to do this?
Right.
So it was just a really big adjustment overall.
Yep.
And then we started homeschooling.
Yeah.
And so like that became on my plate. And I also have a 21-year-old.
Okay.
And then my other kiddos, I have a 10-year-old, a 8-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I relate to you with the teen struggles and then like the little kid struggles. I get it.
Yeah.
You really help a lot of people. And I just want you to know that, Jess.
Thank you.
And I know that the hate is overwhelming. I totally get that because some of the things that come out of these people's mouths, the audacity.
Right.
To like, you know, these people, they would never say that if they were in front of you.
Right.
You'd get a
Yep.
fucking fist in your mouth.
Yep.
Like, but these people, they're able to hide behind their keyboards. And I'm guilty of it too, because, you know, I'll say some shit.
Sure.
But the biggest difference is I'm not afraid to back it up
Right.
if it ever did get in person.
Right.
But I mean, do you really think that, you know, Lauren over there, CSI woman, you really think that she would step in somebody's face and talk the shit she talks online?
No,
Hell
never.
no.
Although I would like to point out, TT could vouch for the fact that I actually do this in real life. I will get in someone's face and be very confrontational and run my mouth.
Oh, hell yeah.
TT was always the muscle behind that, but there's too many stories where I would just say whatever I wanted, didn't care. And yeah, I mean, I'm very confident in that. You're right about that. That is a great point that, you know, some of these people would never, right? They would never. Lauren would never. Yeah, I don't, it seems overwhelming, I think, especially like, I think X is a big part of it. That's why I got rid of it. I was like, I am on here and I'm reading these things and somehow they're like translating into my brain as being like important or real. You know what I mean? And it's like all these lines are getting crossed where I'm like, why am I letting these statements, even though they get shared, like, why am I, and they're not real, why am I letting them like impact my brain right now? I don't know. So I think getting rid of X was the right thing. But it does seem like the voices of hate are far bigger than the besties in the chats, so to speak. So I will say to people in the chats, it is helpful if you chat. It's good to hear and see positive feedback. You don't have to be afraid. He can't hurt you.
You have to remember, there's so many of us that, you know, we're all like minor in the sense of we all don't have these huge X accounts.
Right.
And so no matter, you know, even if we wanted to, they're going to outweigh just because of their presence on X.
You're right. Yeah.
But you have so much more support than haters. And I know it's just the haters, the biggest voice right now. But I promise you, there's so many of us that are rooting for you. And I mean, I talk a little shit back on X. It's just, I don't have a huge following, so it doesn't do much.
Right.
You know, I see Misty. She's amazing. And, you know, you have a bunch of tiny spicy Misties.
That's true. Little baby spicy Misties. It's true. I do feel it's such a waste of energy. I hate that people defend and stuff like that. And that's why sometimes I have like FOMO. I'm missing out on the chat because like, I don't know, the sense of community and the feelings in the chat, or like, I want to be in there. I want to be watching and talking or whatever. That's kind of where it's at. I think like the community that you're talking about, I feel that when I'm on the shows, it's like everything outside of this feels so yucky. But when we're here, I guess that's all that really matters.
I get that. I really do.
Thank you for this call. Thank you for those great words. I hope that life gets a little bit easier for you.
It is, little by little.
Yep.
I always say that, you know, it can't always be sunshine and rainbows.
Yep. If your car starts getting repoed, you need to call me and I will tell you how to beat it. Okay. I will show you how to park it and what to do.
You actually, well, in a similar type of situation, you actually helped me with that.
Really?
Yes.
Listen, it happens.
The car keys in my hand, and I was ready to go sit in that truck if I had to.
Yeah.
Let's just say for poor people, predatory loans suck. And that's all I'm going to say to elaborate it for the haters. But I was poor and desperate, and a title loan sounded like a good idea. And it wasn't a good idea. But in that time of day, it seemed like it. So I don't want to take over your show or anything, and I don't want to drone on forever, but I love you, Jess.
Love you
so
too.
many of us love you.
Thank you. Thanks, bestie. Have a good day.
Honey. Thank you.
Bye. Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So I saw somebody mention in the chat, did you ever get a chance to watch Megan Fox on That Umbrella Guy when she interviewed Turtle Boy?
No, I didn't.
So it is so cringe. So I don't know if you know, but in 2022, that's kind of when all the law tubers started like following the Depp versus Heard trial.
Okay.
And she was like very prominent doing kind of what you're doing back then.
Okay.
And she she latched onto that umbrella guy, and he's like, he ended up being mentioned in the case, like in court.
Okay.
As a YouTuber, he was mentioned, so it was like a huge deal to everyone.
Okay.
And one day, that umbrella guy invites Aiden onto his show, and he knew nothing about him, and he invited Megan on to, like, be the host pretty much that day to kind of help the audience understand who Turtle Boy was.
Right.
And it is so cringe. Even when Aiden got off of the show, he was pissed because he was like, why did this guy invite me on? He had like 500,000 subscribers or something. Why did he invite me on if he didn't know anything about me? And the way that she just fangirled over him in that interview, I think it upset Aiden because he wanted to be interviewed by that umbrella guy who was this prominent YouTuber who, you know, was mentioned in Death First Heard, but the only person who knew anything about him on that show was this Megan Fox.
What?
Yeah, you have to watch it. I saw somebody posting it in your chat a couple days ago, so I went and looked at it, and I could not believe my eyes. She is like the biggest fangirl, obsessive Turtle Boy fan. That is why she's doing this.
I just wrote in the chat, if anybody can find that link, email it to the jessiecab0315@gmail.com. We'll watch it together right now. No, I would. Spicy Misty commented, this is deep lore that you're talking about, that not a lot of people know about this.
Oh, yes. I've been around here on these streets since 2019.
Wow.
So I know all about it. Yeah.
I need you on my team.
You do.
I
You
do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, I went through my own YouTube shit a long time ago.
Really?
Where people tried to cancel me.
Really?
Yeah.
You have a
but
channel?
Anyways, I do, but I'll text you.
Text it to me. Yeah, text me what you have. Thanks for a great call, and I'm looking forward to someone sending me the clip. We're gonna watch it.
Honestly, all you have to search is that umbrella guy, Turtle Boy.
Okay.
It'll come right up.
All right, I'll do it right now.
Right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, caller. Thanks for holding. You're live.
Hi.
Good morning.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I am worked up this morning. I have to just warn you.
Okay, go ahead. Go. Cook.
Okay, I got a few points to make here. First of all, wow about the $5,200.
Maybe he paid it. I don't know.
No, I know. Maybe he did, but it also, the moment I heard that, I thought of his little attempt to, what do people refer to it as when someone throws a bigger bomb so that you don't pay attention to the real issue going on? Jump the shark, or what's it called?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see what the chat says.
There's a terminology for it where it's like you cause a diversion.
Okay.
And so he threw that flipperhead video out there to cause a diversion away from the real thing going on. And I'm sorry, this guy doesn't think anything of lying his ass off to us. I'm past disappointed. I am gobsmacked. It's like, what else have you told us that has been a lie?
Many
I mean,
things.
you don't care about it, obviously. He said, so what? Whenever you said,
Right.
you're going to be lying to my audience. He's like, so what?
I don't care about my subscribers.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, go ahead. You're right. He said, he's like, I don't care about my subscribers. They can fucking leave. I don't care.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And then Mel and Rebecca.
Oh, what about them? What's going on with them?
Well, just, being an observer from looking at everything from a distance is observing how Rebecca talks about how when she first started hanging out with the, FKR crew and stuff like that, that she was like, geez, what does she have on you? Like, how could, because she didn't want to talk about it, or she knew she wasn't supposed to.
Right.
And once they all got permission, everybody had their own bucket of why they hate Jess, just
Sure.
raring to go.
Right.
And I just think it's funny because now you're talking about things that if it were anybody else, they would be all over that.
Right.
But they bite their tongue. Like they were going over, and a members only I can't believe two people that I consider to be real professionals were such slimy mean girls on their members only. And they were purposely ignoring truth and ignoring things like, what's his name? Fishkill or whatever that guy was there.
Hellfish.
Yeah, that Hellfish. totally ignorant. No, that we won't platform that. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Wait,
You know, 'cause
are you
somebody
saying
else
that
is saying that.
Mel? Are you saying that Mel and Rebecca did a members only about me?
Yeah, yesterday or the day before. Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, and then the fact that Mel is a super empathetic person in most cases, except for she turns into a mean girl when they're talking about you. But like she was whenever it comes to the wiretapping thing.
Okay.
Okay, she did a whole thing about Vivian Rodriguez. I think her name's something with a V. Rodriguez. She is a woman who was, hang on a second, I got it right here. She was a Army National Guard or something like that. Let me look, I get to make sure I have the right one. Okay, she's a Pennsylvania woman from Lebanon County who recently was sentenced to jail in connection with recording a sexual encounter she claimed was rape in January of 23. Yada, yada, yada. She reported she was alone with someone that was her superior in her work.
Okay.
And she couldn't get away.
Right.
And she was scared. And so she had no weapons. And so she recorded it. And she reported it.
Okay.
And then they tried her for making a false allegation and wiretapping.
Okay.
She was facing 5 years in jail for wiretapping something as important as that.
Right.
She wound up doing 5 days.
Right.
But to that, do they say a thing about anything Aiden's ever wiretapped? You know, the hypocrisy is like, here's the thing is, my dad joined a cult when I was 6. So I already had a normal life. By the time you're about 6, you have understanding of things. Like, say, I don't know, I think my family was like kind of Southern Baptist or whatever. So I knew about regular God, Jesus stuff, yada, yada.
Right.
And, you know, pretty strict down there, but not crazy. Like, anyways, so when he joined this cult and I would go visit, I mean, they're supposedly Christian, they're Jehovah's Witnesses, but you look around and it's like, even at 6, while you don't have the vocabulary for it, you know there's something different. There's something off here. There's
Right.
something wrong with these people. And then eventually, while you don't have the word, these people aren't genuine, you know, at least that they're fake.
Right.
Or they're saying things that aren't true.
Right.
And yet, I'm having so many flashbacks of the groupthink mentality, the cognitive bias, that anyone who says anything against the religion, even if it is true, it doesn't
Right.
matter if it's true.
Right.
You're an apostate. You're an apostate. It's like, wait, what?
Right.
It's not the truth. You're lying, and I'm worse than you. What are you talking about?
Right.
And that's what it's all feeling like, because the guy's lying his ass off. I mean, you've gone over the court papers. You know, here's what actually happened. And also, you're being a cruel, ungreat asshole. And by the way, anybody else who ever got any subs because Aiden said to go on over there and give him a sub, you better not tell him no.
Right.
I mean, my God, this is just out freaking real.
I do think it's and also I guess I still don't know why. Like, I mean, we talk about this behind the scenes. Like, what provoked this? What started this? Why did he do this? Why did he flip on me? And I think it's possible that, you know, as much as he's sitting here and he's saying Jess was never really a friend, was I ever really a friend to him, or was he just someone that he could use, talk to, or whatever? As far as the recording goes, I don't listen to Mel and Rebecca, so I don't know. I didn't even know they were doing live streams about me. It's crazy. Add them to the list of people that literally are like making money off of me, but whatever.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
You know, why aren't these people denouncing, you know, the Karen Reed audio? Why are these people not, you know, saying anything about how he wiretapped Karen Reed and then shared it? I mean, I don't know, have I publicly stated this or not, but like, there was a day where it was getting really intense, where the conversation was between he and I'll never forget, I was in Target when he called me. We discussed me releasing the whole audio. He thought that it would be better if I released the whole audio. That way, the shock of Karen in the audio would be enough to distract from the fact that he actually recorded her. So I said I would do that for him. I said I would, like, from a journalistic perspective, I have no problem. Like, I will put it out there. And he was like, okay, I'm going to have somebody email it to you. And like, there was like a span of several hours on a Sunday or a Saturday where this was going to go public, because he thought like it was so bad that nobody would blame him if he had recorded her.
if we just push the whole thing out.
And honestly, you know what? I don't blame him, because who the hell would have ever thought she was so ungrateful and nasty? But now we've seen another side of this person.
The more I know about him and
now
how
I
he's
feel
treating
more
me,
empathy for her.
right?
I'm sorry,
I mean,
go ahead.
well, no,
Sorry.
the way that he's treating me, right? Who I've never done really anything to him other than not lie about the audio, right? And definitely, like, you know, talked about him on my streams, but like whatever. I have a YouTube channel. To see how he's treating me, someone who has never done anything against him and who did things for him, it does put a lot of stuff in perspective about Karen. And because she doesn't talk about it, we're never going to know. She is not talking about it. She doesn't share it. We don't know. But you've got to put 2 and 2 together here and think, you know, on her side of it.
I can only imagine the bullshit that, I mean, look at the day that he went live with information that they were going to use in court.
Right.
You know, because he only fucking thinks about himself.
Correct.
Like, what he wants is literally all that he can rationalize that matters. That's all he can think of. Like, oh, you're fucking around on your wife? Oh, it's Christmas Eve? You know, everybody told you not to do it, but you fucking think you know better. Oh, you met a girl in jail? You couldn't get a more verifiable packet of information that this is not the person to date. This is a crazy person. She's done bad things. The last thing you need is to date someone with this history, but he fucking knows better. He always thinks he knows better. And what does he do? He turns on people that give him good advice, like viciously.
Right. Right.
It's disgusting. He always thinks he knows better. And, you know, the term cut your nose off to spite your face is 100% applies to him. It's so many times.
Right.
It's like, we're just paying for, you know what, First Amendment. Yeah, we're all for First Amendment. But after a while, dude, like, this is just you being an asshole. That's why you're getting in these situations.
How's it going to end? What if he doesn't go to jail and he doesn't get convicted, which there's a very good possibility he won't. And by that case, many of these charges, I don't feel he should ever be charged with these things, right? It's all part of a bigger picture of corruption. But like, ultimately, he's not going to go to jail. And it is going to inflate his ego to a larger size that we are not even going to be able to deal with. He is going to be insufferable. It is going to empower him. It is going to clear him socially. It is just going to, I know that's what's going to happen. He's going to be found not guilty. He's not going to do any jail time, and he is going to be insufferable.
Yeah. And I mean, do you think he's ever going to work again? I mean, it's weird. Other people have court things going on, yet they still have to go to work every day. I mean, I'm really not sure what the hell does he do all day long? You know, really, what do you do all day long?
He is on social media. He watches every comment. He looks at every post. It doesn't matter who you are. If it's negative against him, he looks at it. He looks at who you are. He tries to figure out who you are. He blocks. I mean, he spends pretty much all day on the internet. That's what he does.
Ugh.
That's what he does.
And so, like, he's not even doing what he used to do, which was at least write some. It seems like a lot of the things he wrote about, too, he didn't really do any investigating into. He just, you know, read a few things here and there, and that's what he calls fact-checking.
Right.
He doesn't actually go pull the papers.
Right. Right. Oh, obviously not. I mean,
obviously.
Yeah, obviously not. I know. I know.
And what was the other thing? I think that was it. Anyways, hang in there, girl.
Thanks, babe.
I love that you are not going into, because in the beginning it was like, no, we're just going to not say it. We're just not going to talk about it. Now, at this point, you know, too many lies become truth. And I love that you're standing up. And at this point, I think you're doing a great job. You're playing your cards well.
Thank you.
And don't you give up for a second.
Thank you. I won't.
Okay.
Thank
Love
you.
you. Bye.
Love you too. Goodbye. Not necessarily playing cards right. It's just I am getting very frustrated, aggravated, annoyed. All of the above. All of the above. What is this?
It's disgusting. She threatened to go harm a disabled veteran. I think today is 4. I am about to start getting people together to mass report what your daughter is doing and even come out, find your office and come out front and protest.
That was a, oh no. Hold on one second, caller. That was, looks like Jessica Walsh is getting calls at her business where people are threatening to come to her office and protest. Hi, caller. You're live on 24 on 24.
You know what I need?
What?
I need an insurance policy.
I got just the girl for you.
I mean, I do. I'm not kidding. I got a car. I got a boat that's sometimes in the water, and I got the house.
Boat.
And but you don't. Insurance agents really aren't your friends. If you don't keep up on them, you'll get ripped off. You know,
Maybe try Homer T. Brown Insurance Agency.
I'm thinking of it because I'm definitely. I don't know if I'm a bunny or a bestie bunny. I go back and forth.
You sound like Boat.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I ain't that. And I ain't Jimmy.
Okay.
And the last time we spoke, I think I highlighted the stairs.
The stairs.
The stairs. I mean, in my fantasy world, I was going to get Jimmy to dress me up as Scarlett O'Hara, and I was going to come down the stairs. And look what blew up since then. Like, what the heck is going on?
I'm not sure. I don't know exactly what's going on.
It is crazy. Like, I don't know who I'm supposed to like anymore, but I knew Turtle Boy probably before I had heard of you, but I was a bestie on the radio.
That's correct. I have you saved in my phone as caller and then your name.
Yeah, no, I'm Matt Poison from Machado. But no, anyway, it's crazy. I did watch Aiden's thing last night, and I was like, and his command of the Karen Reed case was like kind of brilliant. The author was kind of I don't know. It was confrontational, and that reminded me of
the interview he had with the author last night was confrontational.
He was like, "Do you know this? Do you know that? Do you know that?" It was like, remember how he was with you in the exit interview?
Yes, I do.
So, of course you do. So, but I mean, no, he was not. I know confrontational is the right word. He's this talented guy, but he's a punk and he's petty.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't send $5 to you. I wouldn't send $5 to him.
Right.
But I almost wanted to send $5 and go like, "Are you really gonna die on this? Why are you taking on Jess? Like, this doesn't make sense." And not just in general, like. You know how I'm saying? I'll try to wrap this up, but you're really gonna sit there and trade, and you too. You're gonna trade barbs with this guy who's the more flawed human being. Like, that's kind of nuts.
Right.
It does seem nuts. Because it's not like my parents fighting, and nobody knows how my parents fought when I was a kid.
Right.
But I like you both, and I mean, I can take her to leave it. You guys want to fight? I'll watch. I'm here for the entertainment, but it just doesn't. I don't know. At some point, it's kind of crazy. And he mentioned before the interview started, he's going to do his Machado Truth Journey. Like, really? That's so stupid.
Yeah. I mean, so as someone who is objective, who likes and watches both of us, do you have a reason why this is going on? Do you know why this is happening? Why this started?
I don't think you're going to let anybody get one over on you. And I think you're both the same person in a sense. I have no idea what the backstory is, but you're not going to let it go. And
right.
And I mean, that's why I like you. Why listen, he's got the views. Why is he doing it? I have no idea.
Right.
I don't know that much about it, but it just. Go ahead.
No, it's just I'm very curious if someone, especially someone on the other side, can tell me, like, what is the reason he changed his tune? What is the reason why I'm, everything after he kind of came after me on that stream with Will and the Baker, I take responsibility for, right? Everything is a reaction to those comments he made. And then the exit interview, obviously, I'm not going to say I've been perfect or not even like confrontational after those things. But before that, how did we get to this point? Like, why all of a sudden after?
Yeah, what flipped?
What is the reason? I mean, I'll take anybody. Somebody tell me, what is the reason why? Just might help with making a decision on whether or not I continue, but I just don't know.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be so presumptuous to
right.
try to figure that out. He is what he is and who he is.
Right.
That's his charm. But listen, I was actually, if I had sent him $5, who somebody was in the chat? Was it not Crawford? LTL.
Yeah.
He made whatever.
Oh, somebody told me he told Brian to just quit and get off the internet. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, we did 27 views. Yeah, no, so he said he sent him a racy comment. He read it, and then the reason why I mentioned that is I was thinking like, hey, I could send the guy $5 and I could say, why are you going after Machado? However he says it, it's like
Machado.
Yeah, he's losing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he better do a good one.
Jesus Christ.
So far, no, but what I mean is, so far you've owned it.
Right.
You owned him. He's not looking good.
Right.
It's like I both like you, but I mean I like both of you, but he's not coming across looking good,
right.
And that's kind of weird. Anyway,
right.
I'm Team Machado, but I like all you guys. I like the craziness on the internet. I wish I could walk away from it, but you guys just won't let it go. It gets crazier and crazier. So
I appreciate your candor and how honest you are about it. I appreciate that. I don't get offended by it. I like hearing somebody give that perspective. And I wish he wouldn't do it either. I wish he wouldn't die on this hill. I don't think there's a reason to it. And I always try to think about what's the end game. What's it going to be like at the end? You know what I mean? And I just don't think it benefits anybody that, like he does this like full nuclear, what's the point? It's not like he has, full support like he used to. He's lost a lot of people. He doesn't have LTL. He doesn't have Mike. And all of those little, channels added up to a bigger picture of like, a blanket of support. He doesn't have that anymore, So I don't know what the end game is.
That was my takeaway. That was my first inkling, I think, during the exit interview was like, boy, you're picking off your friends one by one.
Yeah.
This is insanity.
Yeah.
He's not much left for him.
That's true. I don't know.
Listen, I wish all you guys well. And
Thank you.
Have anyway, hey, Jess, I appreciate you and the bunnies and besties.
Thank you. Can I use your name or do you want me to use a different name?
You can call me Tom, but I mean, okay. You know who I am, but yes, I'm not online.
Thank you, caller Tom.
Thank you, creator Jeff.
Shut up. Goodbye.
Peace. Bye.
Caller Tom used to call me all the time on the radio, and occasionally he texts me, and I just have him listed as caller Tom. We have more calls. Holy moly. Good morning. You're live on 24 on 24.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Let me pause it so doesn't echo.
Good morning.
I have a theory.
Ooh.
I have a theory of why Turtle Boy turned on you.
Tell me.
Okay, the exit interview with Will.
Yep.
He was really coming after Will hard, right?
Yes.
And Will was not backing down.
Correct.
At the beginning.
Correct.
And I think he was so used to getting his way, telling people what to do, and they would do it, no questions asked.
Yep.
So when Will wasn't backing down, he's calculating in his head, oh my gosh, if I keep going after Will, I might lose support of Will and all of his, side people or whatever.
Right.
So he has to say, well, I only came after you because I knew I couldn't tell Jess. She would be too upset. So the reason why I said, everybody, I really meant Jess. Remember when he said that? Something weird like that?
It was, I really was talking about Jessica, not you guys.
Like, does anybody believe he really wouldn't come to you and say, hey, why can't you cover my stuff?
He never did. He never came to me. He never asked me, ever.
I understand that, but does anybody believe that he wouldn't, like, he's afraid to do that? He would have been afraid to do that back then?
No, come on.
That doesn't even make sense.
He came to me and asked me to release a recording between Flip and Olivia to distract from a Karen Reed audio. The comfort level that he has of asking me to do things has been long established.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And that probably goes with all these people, right? Will and whoever else. So I really think, and you can almost see it in his face, he thought, oh shit, I can't push him any farther.
Yeah.
So now I have to turn it around and I have to blame it. The reason why I was acting like such an asshole to everyone is because of Jess. Because she's such a soft bitch. I can't just tell her. She's going to cry. She's going to, get her bunnies and whatever. So I have to turn it around and make it her fault.
I mean,
That's what I think.
It makes wonderful sense.
Yeah.
Because you're right. The statements that he made in the exit interview with Will were kind of weird. Like getting mad at me for not talking about his show when I never talked about his show would have never been like, Jessica, get back to business. You're too busy talking about Baker. It was, I never talked about his show. You know what I mean? I never talked about his stuff. So the pivot and the moment where he pivots and he says that, I mean, we would have to watch it, but I think maybe you are right.
Yeah. And keep in mind, he said he couldn't come to you.
Right.
Or however he phrased it. It was something like, he couldn't just come to you and say, hey, will you cover my show?
Right.
What?
Right.
He can ask you to lie and all this other stuff, but he can't say, hey, why aren't you covering my show? Could you cover my show? It would really help me out if you would cover my show.
Right.
That
He
doesn't
also
make
never called me any further about the Baker thing. Like, so he just basically did that one text message to me, like, I'm here if you want, but he never spoke with me about it. He just gave me an opinion about it. And that was it. And I think there was another point too, where he said, like I asked him, like, why didn't you call me about something? And you're right. And I think what happens is not against anybody who does it, but people who shows, right? And we did it for the exit interview and we didn't even do the whole thing. I don't stop. I don't look. I don't go back. I don't watch. But I guess if we do pull Will's stream, this would be something we should look at in the context of the way you're saying it.
Yeah. And why didn't he say anything about Baker to you? Because that's a great way to get more people against you.
Right.
Look at what she did to Baker. She sent these sex toys. Look at this freak.
Right.
What he does still.
Right.
Faking the dick in the mouth thing.
Yep.
And was it J7? I don't know. I asked somebody's like, or Bob's for Apples, I don't know who it was. Oh my gosh, what if your grandson sees us? Exactly. Like, you are living a double life, dude.
Yes.
You are such a fraud.
Yes.
And these people don't see it. And these same people that are so upset about everything, they won't say one thing about this other dude's rape charges.
Nothing. Lauren
care.
actually fast forwarded through. She plays my stream from start to finish. She fast forwarded to the part where I read those documents. She's like, I'm just fast forwarding through this. And she didn't play it. She didn't acknowledge it.
They will never, ever, ever care yet if that was Jeff or Jack. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We would never hear the end of it. I mean, that's how you know these people are just sycophants of Turtle Boy and Valhalla and Baker and whoever else.
Yep.
They're going to do whatever these people want them to do to be part of the Cool Kids Club.
Yep.
Well, I graduated middle school years ago. I'm done with it.
Yes, bitch.
I don't need any of that. And I got to tell you, I am so impressed by how you've handled all of this. I don't know how many people would still be around after all of this.
Thanks. Doesn't feel that way, but that feels good to hear.
Yeah, I'm sure none of us can imagine the scope of, the impact this has had on you. But wow, what a powerful person you are to be able to put up with all of the lies and all of the crap. And there are thousands of people that see through it. You know, it reminds me like these people that won't say anything about the rape shirt, you know, that won't say, oh, look at Baker doing blowjobs on his stream, that he's so afraid and offended by everything. These are the fucking mask wearers of 2020.
Yeah.
These are the people that would go to a Walmart and stuff, but oh my God, we can't go out to eat. We can't pick up food or anything because, you know.
Yep. Can go on a plane and take your mask off to eat, but sitting on the side of someone, you have to put your mask back on. Like that.
Yeah.
You're
these
right.
people are indoctrinated.
They're
I
mean,
brainwashed.
Like you bringing up that and the mask wearing and the COVID stuff and all of that stuff. I know like that's a political thing, right? It's a health thing or whatever, but it really is a political thing. You know, my husband, he pointed it out the other day. He was bringing up that the politics part of it and how much of a bigger part of it is. And I think because I don't want to bring politics into it, I don't give it enough of clout, but like it is. There is a certain type of person out there, right? That, and it's no offense to anybody who ever felt they had to or pressured, but you're right. That wore a mask all the time, contradicted themselves, went and got vaccinated 3 times, boosters and all that stuff. And then there's someone like me who never, for a week, subscribed to that. Basically, when I was afraid that I could die, right? Or that my kids could die. But right after that, where I started questioning it, that's who I am. So I never got vaccinated. My kids aren't vaccinated. My husband's not vaccinated. We didn't subscribe to it. We just didn't buy into the bullshit. And it is, you know, I don't want to bring politics because I know that's a touchy subject for people. A lot of people had to get vaccinated. A lot of people were scared or whatever. But you're right. Like, these fucking crazy liberals like Jolene Lunzer, who are like out doing No Kings rallies, are like they're not my people. And I think like there is a part of this too where, you know, I'm trying to figure the strategy out here and what to do. But like, could I activate all of the Trumpers out there? Yes. Maybe that's like the missing piece to this. Maybe I need to do a political show, right? And start talking about what Jolene Lunzer is doing to me. And by default, all of these far right people will just come over here and be like, we're just going to support Jessica just because of what Jolene is doing in her anti-Trump rhetoric. And I could activate a whole new base of people to start out in these streets and fighting these fights for me. And believe me, I know that I have that ability. I know that I could do it. It's just whether or not I want to fucking put my energy into it. And to your point about how I handle it or if I'm strong or whatever, I mean, I think everybody saw in real time for a while there, I wasn't handling it very well at all. You know, like it was a really problem.
But you were still there.
A problem.
Still showing up every day.
I mean, honestly, it's these women behind the scenes that like, you know, who now I consider like a part of my team, but back then were like kind of hold me. But, you know, I got to shut off. I've got to get off these social media websites because it fucks with your head. And
well,
I don't know.
feel bad because from the very beginning when this first happened, and I think you asked people to email you or something like what they thought happened.
Yes.
I thought this from back then, and I thought, oh, I should send an email. Well, you know, I'm the kind of person. Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have done that. Oh, why didn't I do that last week?
Right.
You know, so now I'm finally calling and telling you, but this is what I thought all along.
Yeah. You're making me want to go back and watch the Will interview.
Well, and even if you can't see it on his face, just look at how he's attacking Will, and Will is not backing down.
Right.
At the beginning, he's not backing down.
Right.
And then Turtle Boy finally just
it changes. They pivot over to me, and then they let the Baker on. They let Rebecca Lavoie on. And it's like an anti-Jess stream at that point. And yeah, I think maybe let's go. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it.
You know, think back in 8th grade.
Yes.
When you have the cool girl.
Yep.
And she has this friend. And she turns on this friend. So all the fringe people turn on that friend because they want to get in with the cool person.
Right.
It's the same thing, which is so gross.
Right.
These are adults, you know, living their life in public. It is so gross.
I agree. Great call.
What losers.
Thanks for like a perspective on this. I'm actually going to pull up the stream with Will. We're going to watch it right now and take a look at it. I just want to see it from the perspective of the lens where you're talking about it because I think you're right.
Yeah. So.
Thanks.
Besides just his face, you have to pay attention to all the times he's attacking, and will not back down.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a peek.
All right.
Thanks for a great call.
You're welcome.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Let's go. What? All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry, we had a visitor. Let's go find it. What's the are we not? Sorry. Look at him doing all these members only about me. It's not it. We don't want that one. Is it? Hold on. What's the name of the stream? Let me think. Is it? Hold on. Let me just go over to you guys. Does anybody know what the which video it is? I'm just watching you. Feel like it's well, it's definitely not that. Is it this?
At all costs, who is the same person who the day.
Okay.
The chances of me being irrational needed to be as I needed to wait a couple days. I needed a couple of days to think and I have to be honest too. I have to be honest. I needed to make sure that when I did this, I wasn't angry or, you know, the chances of me being irrational needed to be as minimal as possible. And the other day there was Sunday, to be exact. And I guess it hasn't really been a couple of days, but Sunday to be exact, there was a Turtle Boy live stream. Now, I addressed this yesterday morning, early in the morning. And sorry, give me 1 second here. I addressed this early yesterday morning, and I spoke on it, but I was very careful about how I worded things because, again, I was still kind of angry, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't say anything that I was going to really regret. But I had to do some really serious thinking, and I had to really put some certain things into perspective. And a lot of you guys are going to, be looking at this, and you're going to go, Blair, you're making way too big a deal out of it. It's really not that serious. But the thing is to some of us, and I know that some of my creator friends, will understand and relate. And I'm going to go over the new members and everything like that. And if I don't, I apologize. I just want to keep my mind on task here.
Oh my God, this is insufferable. Spit it out. Spit it out. What? Like spit it out, sir.
I want to be very clear about something. So I did this. I'm doing
spit it out, sir. You're spit this out.
This members only for a few reasons, but we'll start as to why why it's not switched over to members only just yet. Partly because I like to force people into memberships, of course. I do like to do that, but also because I wanted what I'm about to say to be very public, because I don't want there to be any misunderstandings.
Hurry up!
I want as many people to be able to hear this as possible, because it's not just directed at one person. I'm not going to replay it because I realize that tensions have calmed. I realize that temperaments have calmed. I realize that, like someone said in the chat, it was somewhat walked back. I understand that too. But what happened, and I take really strong issue with that. And this is going to sit very, very poorly with a lot of people, and I'm probably going to lose a lot of support in the process. This is not something that
I'm all in. I'm all in. Tell me what you got to say.
is new to me. I have done this many times, but I just never seem to learn. And
hello? Yes.
The other day, Turtle Boy went live.
You are. I was just. I'm playing.
And there has been
Will's Will's stream.
at Meredith.
I just want to say you're
Federal.
live. I paused the video and I'm going live. So go ahead. So,
Okay.
So go ahead.
So yeah, last night on Aiden's show, his reasoning was, one of his examples as to why he no longer likes you is, remember when Meredith came out saying that, with the whole tweet, she tweeted that Betero was gone.
Yes.
Aiden lost Betero.
Yes.
And then you had a phone call with him, and
Yes.
he was pissed that you then apparently went on your show and said, I just talked to Aiden, and Meredith posted as well. So he's basically last night was calling you both liars. He's saying, look, she's out there giving my information about Betero. I'm telling her this information. But then he says that he never said it to either of you, and it was all a lie. And so that was one of the things I can think that he's using for a reason why this has all started. He told his audience, for example, this is one of the reasons.
Right.
But in my opinion, your viewership in the morning is definitely taken away from his. JFK also made a comment that said, hey, Jess is doing something right because she has the least subs and she's getting all the viewers.
Right.
And if you look at, that is a factual statement. It's true. You get the most views with the least number of subs. Aiden does not like that. So just the little things. And then the Baker thing, I think that was just like an excuse for him to say,
right,
screw it. He had Will in his ear. He had Baker in his ear. So, I can't stand the dude. I've never liked him ever
Right.
since the Karen audio.
Right.
So once I saw him completely lie to everybody, like with such conviction in his voice that he never recorded her
Right.
on that Spaces, I was like, I'm done. I'm so done.
Right.
He literally just lied to all of us.
Right.
And to be honest, I wasn't a follower of yours. Once you started going at Meredith,
Right.
the whole Aiden and Meredith thing should have never been aired. That
Right.
also really bothered me because their relationship should have just been kept private. But Aiden was feeding text to Ghetto Chelsea, if we
Yep.
remember Ghetto Chelsea.
Yeah.
Private text messages behind the scenes to Ghetto Chelsea to get at Meredith on Twitter. And Meredith didn't say anything for like a month. And then all of a sudden, Aiden starts going at Meredith. And I was like, and then Meredith finally fought back.
Right.
So that whole situation should have never even been aired out in public. But he just, because Meredith knew information, same with Jen Altman, same with you, same with anyone who is close to him that has information on him, he has to do everything in his power to diminish what the person is saying, because if they ever came out with the information, they need to be,
right.
It needs to be seen as though, what the hell are they talking about?
Right. Discredit. Yep.
You can't believe them. They're trash or whatever. It's just,
I didn't.
But now I'm all for you.
Well,
I'm all for you. I want you to take this effort down. I cannot stand him. Anyone, I will always be on the side of whoever he bullies, because what he did to Karen, I will never forget. And, I know a lot of people might disagree with me, and I know a lot of people might not agree with everything I'm saying, but she fed him the entire story. He did not do any investigative journalism. Truly, he didn't find Lucky.
He knows that, though. He knows that because that's in the audio. It's in the audio, and he admits to that.
It's true. And he gets so pissed. The reason he got so pissed and got so offended by that, because Karen was right. Karen told him the truth. She made him.
Right.
He didn't investigate anything. She
correct.
fed him all of it.
Correct.
All he was a blogger. Like, you are 1,000 times better of a journalist than he will ever be. And he knows that. He was just a glorified blogger who got the story out. He didn't investigate any of it. And he fears you, and that is why he's doing this. That he has little reasons and excuses that he's going to use to, but you cannot stop. You cannot let this dude run you off the internet. He is an absolute a-hole. Once I saw what he did to Karen, I was like, that is it. I am all set. Never again. And I am on the side of whoever he bullies. I will have their back. I am all for you. I hope you take this effort down. I hope you and Jen Altman make up.
Oh my God. Let's
know,
get not get it. I would actually be I would be open. She is right about Aiden, and the fact that she wants to like kind of rub that in my face. The fact that I held the line with Aiden longer than she did, she really shouldn't gloat about that. Listen, Jen Altman clearly has an obsession with me. I don't really care. I don't spend any time like tweeting about Jen. I don't pay attention. I mention her on my shows or whatever. If Jen Altman wants to have lunch with me, I'll have lunch with her. You brought up the Betero thing, and I pulled up my text messages with Aiden. We're going to read these right now.
And about the Jen Altman, I think truly, she might just mean an apology. Like if you say, listen, the adoption thing, I think that's.
I apologize for that. I said that, well, maybe let me think about that. Let me read these text messages.
Yeah.
Great call, caller. Thank you. Oh shit. Sorry, bestie. So let's read these, because I did hear that he talked about the Betero thing last night. Now the caller is bringing it up again. So let's actually talk about the Betero thing. So in December 15th of last year, he mentioned this somewhere or something. Now, hold on. So I don't remember exactly what day it was, but he called me and he told me that Betero was done. Okay. He told me Betero was done. On the phone, called me and told me Betero was done. Now, Meredith spoke about it. On Monday, December 15th, I said, just for the record, you told me Betero was done. I never posted it. I never talked about it. I went away with my husband for the weekend. So I did a show. I was on a show. He called me and he told me Betero was done, or it was right after the show. Told me Betero was out. Betero was done. He was fucked is what he told me. And then by Monday or Tuesday when I came back, I discussed it because Meredith had posted Betero was out. So not only did I have Aiden telling me Betero was out, but then by the time I came back from my weekend with my husband, it was clear the public knew that Betero was out because Meredith was posting about it. So I talked about it and he flipped out or whatever. So I said, just for the record, you told me Betero was done. I never posted it. I never talked about it. I went away with my husband for the weekend. I came home, saw Meredith's post about you calling her, and assumed that you told her the same thing you told me. I talked about it this morning for 7 minutes and corrected it in the moment after you spoke about it. So actually, let's pull up that live stream. Let's pull up the Monday, December 15th live stream for Just Machado. Hold on. Let's see the date. Hold on. No, not this one. December 15th. December 15th. Let's see. Closer. Come in. Yes.
You want to stay real quick?
All right, it's taking a little bit too much time. Let's just skip that part. Okay. So I said, I went away with my husband for the weekend, came home, saw Meredith's post about you calling her, assumed you told her the same thing you told me. I talked about it this morning for 7 minutes, and then I corrected it in the moment after you spoke about it. I'm not sure what Lindsay is talking about, but I have zero idea why this woman is coming at me yet again, unless you're telling her to. At this point, if you're talking to me, I will assume whatever you are saying is a lie. I never experienced anything like what I am seeing here. And for the record, being a friend is a two-way street. So right at this time is when Lindsay was starting her like valid truth journey and coming at me, right? And it was very obvious that Aiden was like sicking Lindsay on me. He said, I tried calling you. I didn't send Lindsay after you. In fact, I tried my best to get her not to, and she even posted about my efforts to do so. That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. But you're right. Being a friend is a two-way street. And part of being a friend means not repeating what I told you in our private personal conversation. So I didn't tell Meredith that much of like I didn't say 95% of what she claimed I said when I reached out to her and pleaded with her to stop posting privileged convos. Considering all the stress I'm under that no one else can possibly relate to, you would think being a friend wouldn't include causing me more problems that have very serious real world consequences. So he tells me that Betterow is gone. He tells Meredith Betterow is gone. He somehow convinces Betterow to come back and does not want to be publicly embarrassed that Betterow left. And he is angry at me that I shared what he told me because Meredith had shared it. So I was just kind of like elaborating on it. And by the way, from the perspective, it was just like, yeah, this fucking sucks for him, right? Here's my response. I covered for the Olivia Flip audio at the expense of my own reputation, and you sent Meredith a text message showing that I lied. You played me the Karen Reed audio, and to this day, I never admitted that I heard it from you, and I was willing to publish it if you needed me to. Where it matters, I have done more than my fair share of protecting you, and with pride. I remember when we first started talking, you told me you didn't have anyone who didn't tell you what you needed to hear in bad times, and I believed you, so I stick around in case you need that from me. The reality is you are making so many bad decisions, it's overwhelming. I actually worried about you all night last night because I saw you were drinking at the game after canceling your show and talking to me about Mark quitting. I am that worried about you. For me, I share with my audience as a service because they care about you as well, but I share a fraction of what I actually know, and it is far less than what you share with people you can't even trust, so who those people then share it all over the internet. I'm going to skip over this part because I still haven't shared this information. And I'm so glad I'm reading that I said it because like calling Meredith is crazy. Texting Joe Flip is crazy. Get off the internet, take up a hobby, go volunteer somewhere to balance it all out. I have a really interesting story that I'm working on. If you want it, I will give it to you to keep you busy. I'm not perfect, and I'm trying to find my place in all of this as it goes on around me. I apologize for not always getting that right. I care about you, and I worry for you. His response, you're not facing 90 years in jail. Your stress and my stress is not the same. And you constantly discussing our private conversations on your stream is like gossip. And it's not my life on the line. It's extra stress I don't need. And I went, got it. For what it's worth, Aiden, you certainly don't act like a man that's facing 90 years in jail. If you don't take it seriously, then I'm not sure why you expect anybody else to. And he goes, I take it very seriously. I went to jail for 60 days. I said, when I was on bail, I didn't leave my house. I stayed off the internet. I talked to friends in person. You're all over the place. You don't protect your shit. You share shit with everyone. You do dumb shit with women and you act like it's no big deal. And he said, calling Meredith was a last-ditch effort to get her to leave my lawyer alone. I attempted to appeal to her sense of empathy, but she has none. She said she'd stop sharing Betterow screenshots, which is really all I wanted. And then he said, literally nothing I say to you is private. And I think maybe I shared this. You are just using me for content on your show. I literally asked you yesterday not to discuss our private conversations, and you responded by doing exactly that. Please stop. And I said, you are such a mean person. Are you going to address the fact that I asked you to stop talking about our private convos on your show, and then you went and did exactly that? I said, Aiden, you don't care about me at all. That is really what I want to say. He goes, so you're not going to address it. Got it. I said, I feel used. He goes, you did nothing wrong. You're literally using me for content. I said, many of my shows aren't about you. Our private conversations are not content for your shows. Yes, they are. This is not what you do to someone you profess to care about. Private? I can't share that. I can't share that. I said, you told me you recorded Karen and I never said a word. He says, what does that have to do with what you said today? I said, Go ahead, repeat this entire conversation on your show tomorrow. You know you're going to. Well, it wasn't back in December. It took me 9 months, but here we are. I said, you threw me under the bus. You shared that text with Meredith. She showed everyone. Everyone saw I lied, and you didn't even care. It's beyond hurtful how little you care. I said, I delete all our convos at the end of the day. I do not retain screenshots, unlike yourself. I did lie to you about that. I keep everything. You're not even addressing the violation of my trust. You are incapable of admitting your wrongdoing. The word you're looking for is sorry. You should say, I won't do it again. And I said, you will never hear sorry from me. He goes, I know you're not capable of that. And in all caps, I said, you don't even know me. He did not read all of these because he did not say the stuff that I'm skipping over. So it's right here. He says, I spoke to you as an alleged friend and you decided to turn that into a private conversation. I said, which part? He goes, how do you not see what's wrong with that? I said, what private part is the thing that has you so upset, Aiden? And he said, the Betero part. That was not your story to tell. I did not tell you to blast that. This man called me, told me that Betero quit. I did a show. I never said anything. I went away for the weekend, never said anything. And then when I came back on Monday, it was all over the internet that Betero quit. Meredith had put it up. So why would I think anything other than he told me Betero quit? Meredith knows that Betero quit. So now I will talk about Betero quitting. Why are you mad at me that I talked about that? It was public. It was all over the internet. And then he lies. He says, I did not tell you to blast that. I said, it was all over by the time I elaborated on it. And he goes, it was an unconfirmed rumor that you reported as truth by Meredith. I said, I didn't even post it. He goes, I didn't tell her that either. I said, wait a second. Are you fucking saying I told her? And he goes, no, she printed a lie, several lies. I said, there's a live stream going on right now where all of your friends are lying about me doing all your dirty work. Save it. Oh, this is where I always felt God was telling me to befriend you. Is this where I talk about his mom or something like that? You're not going to use that story as emotional blackmail and ignore the only issue I have with you. So he took the story down, not because it was like the right thing to do. He took it down because he didn't want me to use it as emotional blackmail against him. Did he read the text messages? Yeah, can you please read the whole thing about God and his mom? Okay. I thought he read that. So there was a live stream going on right now where all your friends are lying about me doing all your dirty work. Save it. He goes, no one does my dirty work. I said, I don't care. He said, I have no idea what you're talking about, but obviously I can't talk to you about moving forward. I am nothing but content for you. I am someone whose private conversations you can use to blast to your followers and cause me more problems. You don't give a shit about the real world harm it causes me. It doesn't bother you in the least. I'm not even a person to you. I'm just content. And I responded, Aiden, you wrote a story about me, and for one day I thought about killing myself. I prayed about that. I always felt God was telling me to befriend you, to show you that there was another way to do things.
I held on for a long time, even when I knew things you did were wrong, even after you fucked me over. I still believe that you need grace and support, but you aren't the only one who gets to say whatever the fuck they want on a live stream. And don't respond. And for what it's worth, my inbox is full of your supporters who love you but agree with everything I said. And he said, oh, okay, so you're turning people against me. And I said, no, not at all. He goes, I have dozens of people in my inbox pointing out who fucked up, and violating it is for you to take your private conversations and turn them into content. You refuse to even acknowledge that. I said, well, I hope those messages are comforting. He goes, and this is some condescending bullshit. God told you to befriend me because you're alone and you alone can guide me in the right direction. Jesus Christ. And I said, you skipped right over the part about me wanting to kill myself. He goes, no, I saw that. And I'm sorry that you wanted to kill yourself when that article came out several years ago. I offered to take it down many times and you said no, but you're not going to use that as emotional blackmail and ignore the only issue I have with you. I said, you are not sorry. And I said, emotional blackmail? Aiden, I'm sorry, but this whole conversation is a bit too much. He goes, why are you trying to turn all of my supporters against me? I'm sorry I sent that screenshot to Meredith. I don't remember why I did that. It was months ago. And essentially that screenshot was me saying that I would share the Olivia and Flip video, which I had denied that I was a part of. And he shared it with Meredith, and then Meredith made it public. And he said he was sorry he sent the screenshot to Meredith. I don't remember why I did that. I said, I'm sorry I share things you tell me. He goes, can you please stop turning people against me? I haven't said a bad word about you. Now I have even more people turning on me. And I said, sure. And he said, thank you. Thursday, December 18th. Hello, can you please give me a call when you get a chance? I value you as a friend. I did not respond. Several hours later, can you please call me? And I said, I do not want to get into an argument with you. He said, I'm not looking to argue with you at all, but I would really appreciate speaking with you on the phone. I didn't respond. He goes, please. And I said, I'm very much caught off guard with the Kim situation right now. And he goes, me too. Can I please call you? I said, I'm having some issues with my service. Just tried to call you, but it didn't go through. And then I said, Kim's post about me is wrong. It's terrible. You caused all of this with these audios, recording Karen, asking me to leak the Flip audio. All of this shit is because of your stupid choices. I really hope you change your behavior so you stop indirectly hurting people who care about you. And then he responded, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you or her. I said, you do not need to do the things you do. Real friends don't need screenshots or recordings. Your word used to mean something. This will pass, but it was all very unnecessary. If you talk to Kim, let her know I am willing to move past this for the greater good. He said, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused others as a result of my shitty life choices. I said, if you were not sorry, then we'd have a problem. I believe you will find your way out of this whole phase and come out on top. I'm sorry for sharing our convos with followers. I can still talk about important things without any of that. And he goes, thanks. That was my only real issue. And then right after that, something happened in New Jersey. And I sent him a message. Are you okay? What's going on with New Jersey? And he responds, I'm never okay. And I said, I'm checking in on you. And he goes, I'm sorry. I'm really fucked up from Meredith. I mean, it's so like, what did Kim or do or say back then? Kim had put up a post and it was like attacking me, but it was rightfully so. It was when she was denying knowing about the audio. She has come forward and had a different conversation with her followers about that. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in there. It's 12:14. We've had ourselves a day full of drama. All right. So here's how I'll end today's stream, and then we're going to do tomorrow's stream we do have some things planned for tomorrow that were drama free. We have Menners is coming and doing a show with me on Wednesday. So here's my take on this. My take on this is, for whatever reason, which we can elaborate, we can figure out, we can talk about, we can ask questions about, we're not really sure why. For whatever reason, Aiden has made a decision to turn me into an enemy. Perhaps in his mind, I was always an enemy. Perhaps some of the things that happened in the fall of last year, he always kind of felt that way about the audio stuff or whatever. And he was just kind of like dealing with me because I was around. Maybe I never really did anything enough to make him want to like pull the trigger on doing a valid truth journey. Who's to say? Who knows? I think we have watched enough of what Aiden does to people that were once close to him. I suspect it's going to get terrible. I suspect it's going to be bad. I suspect he's going to like really bring out like the worst of me. He's going to bring up private conversations. I can't say every time I said the right things or did the right things. I don't know. I will deal with those things after the fact. And I will let him do this. What I have learned is that every single person that he has gone after, whether it's Jen Altman, Meredith, Karen, and then also all of the other people in his trail of destruction, every single one of those people gets up every morning and starts their day and goes on with their life. And every single one of them seemed to be in a better place than when they were with him. And so while I don't know what a valid truth journey from Aiden is going to reveal or say about me, what I do know is that I will lean on history here. And every single person who has been victimized by this man using his platform to disparage, make fun of, critique, and exploit people has actually separated from him, healed from it, and then is doing better. And so I'm just going to lean on that. That's what's going to happen to me. And it's not the first time in my life that I don't know the like landscape of how my life is going to go. And I've had faith in it. And I've just kind of said, we're just going to go with it. We will just go with it. I will maintain that I have been witness and privy to despicable, disgusting behaviors. And I have not partaken in those behaviors and always tried to be the voice of reason when I saw those things. I'm not perfect. I lied about some things, you know. I lied about the flip audio. I did what he asked me to do to help him. And I'm sure if I go through all of our text messages, which he's planning on doing or whatever, there's many more times I've done that. I have to really, really, really start going back and thinking about all of the words and the statements I made about Karen Reed, which were really just to kind of build his morale and to help him deal with like the very public, the very public disconnect that Karen had from him. I did my part to try to lessen that and to try to change public perception. And I used Karen many times to do that. I have to really start thinking about that. I have to think about what kind of a person I am that did that. I could have said no. Clearly there's times where I've said no to him. I should have done it. But I don't know. Anyway, so we have to think about that. And that's it. So I think things will get worse before they get better. I do get very frustrated with these false claims about my kids and stuff. That really kind of gets to me, but I don't know. I'm going to read some chats because there are a ton of them here, and I apologize. We're going to do them all at the end. Barry sent $20 and said, my daughter thanks you. Okay. I don't know what. Please don't stop this channel. Keep being you.
Thank you for the jewels. These are hard to share. I wish there was an easier way to do it. Jay says, Justice too shall pass. You're so talented. Love that you are real and owning your mistakes, such as piling on about MO, another Republican woman that gets you. Thank you, Jay. Stay strong. We believe in you. No nudes so far. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What about Paul? Nobody seems to care. Lily, thank you very much. That is very nice of you. Thank you. More jewels. More jewels. More jewels. More jewels. More jewels. Thank you. Yeah, nobody, they just skip right over the Paul thing. They skip right over it. It's crazy. All right. Laura has been a member for 6 months and says, thanks for being awesome, Jess. We love you. Thank you, Laura, that your original channel is back. You were brilliant again today. Thank you very much. Hi, Dennis. Dennis is out there fighting for me on the YouTube streets. I mean, the X streets, if you've seen it. I'm not on X anymore, but this guy does not give a fuck about people. He says whatever he wants to say. I hope that you get to interview Karen. I can't see that happening, but so late. Good morning, bunnies. I'm not sure if you would watch from now or start stream from the beginning. I don't know how that would work. But by the way, shout out to the replay crew. Aiden can't control Jess. That's a fact, and he absolutely hates it. I will put it out there if Karen Reed would like to do an interview. I would love to. Have a lot of questions. We need the Umbrella Guy interview watch party. Maybe we could do that. I saw that somebody sent it to me and I found it. So we can share the link. I am a little curious about that. I just want to see one, before we go, just want to see one clip of it. Hold on one second. Hold on. Where is it? Found it.
Ask you, you know, when I'm doing it, I want to make this
broadcasting live from the first from the temporary studio that I had to get crammed into. I think it's working out okay.
It looks good. I like it. It's brand new.
Everything
like
seems to be working. I have one thing that happened though. I have found there are 2 cords that I didn't get hooked up to something, and I don't know what they go to.
So you just have some random cords hanging out.
Yes. Let's hope it was nothing important.
You're like, oh well, you know, they're live. I might get electrocuted, but I'm okay. I'm okay.
2 cords. I don't know what goes to what. I don't know.
I've been looking forward to this stuff, man. So I wanted to ask you, you know, when I'm doing it, I want to make this clear to anybody listening, and props to everybody here, by the way. You could watch the trial. The trial's out.
By a Boston cop named Brian Albert. Shit.
No, I agree. But what about, was it Colin? The one with the...
I know it's a small state, but you can't bring this to trial, Shirley, because that would be, you can't picket a witness. So there's witnesses and then there's regular civilians. So regular civilians have, like, you have First Amendment rights around regular civilians. But if you're a quote unquote witness in Massachusetts, which includes a witness in a trial, a potential witness in a trial, a family member of a witness, like Michael Proctor's wife, who I'm being charged with intimidating, or anybody who announces that they plan on attending a court proceeding, you do not have First Amendment rights with them, according to the witness intimidation statute. You cannot cause that. You cannot threaten to cause physical, emotional, or financial harm to them. Now, physical, I get. Like, you can't go around threatening to kick the shit out of witnesses. I get that.
Sure.
I've never done that. No one's alleging I've done that. They're all alleging emotional harm. Like, they're saying, like, I have the bill of particulars that we just got on this today explaining what I did to Jennifer McCabe. And the exact quote that I'll read it to you. It says in here that Jennifer McCabe, the Commonwealth, let's see, as a result of Carney's campaign of harassment and intimidation as described above, Jennifer McCabe was upset, embarrassed, and angry and concerned for the welfare of her juvenile children who were being recognized in photographs. So you can't make...
They don't want to treat me. It's not fair that you get arrested for the same thing that an NBC reporter. Remember all those reporters in front of...
The media up here kissed her ass. She was like... And all of a sudden I start blowing this thing up and people are like, oh, shit, Westfield State. I know more than, crime. Like,
everyone
what?
Thinks that.
Everyone thinks that. Like, oh no, he protested outside of a home for 7 minutes and then he left. Oh no, dear God, I hope they're going to be okay. Like, I never once have I said, you better change your testimony or else.
Anyway, what's the date of this? Somebody asked. This is 2 years ago. August 1st, 2024. 4 years ago. 2 years ago. Alrighty. I put the link in the chat for you guys for your viewing pleasure. I am exhausted from these people and this bullshit. Somebody said, I don't know much about the umbrella guy, but I think he's the guy that has been stalking Melanie Little. She talks about him stalking her and suing him. Just wanted to let you know. I did not know that. Thank you. I had no idea. All right. So I don't know if anybody has seen, but I will share. Let's get this off the screen. We started working on my living room refresh, changed the whole idea. We were going to do, what were we going to do? We were going to do like nautical stuff. I don't know. I asked TT to give me some ideas. And then I changed, I don't know what happened. I changed my mind. Let me show you some pictures. Anyway, we were working on completely redoing things. Let's go here. Meowser and I went to go to the Eagles Patriots this weekend, which was great. Let's go to Bestie Verse. Oh, it's Bunny Verse now. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Yesterday, can we see these things well? Yeah. So yesterday, this is my front living room, front foyer, not the family room. Took everything out, washed all of the windows, the woodwork, the floors, the walls, the fixtures, and all of the things. This is one portion of a bigger room. And we are just kind of like I'm just saying, like, before it was crap, like old stuff, nothing new. And I haven't even really spent a lot of money. I bought some new pillows. I had curtains from my studio that I gave to Julia. She didn't want them. So now I'm using those. So I saved a little money, my curtain rods. But anyway, we just kind of doing like a complete refresh. This is the living room in the front. And then, hold on, wrong one. This is what we ended up with yesterday, which I'm kind of loving. It looks so pretty. It's so funny, but Jack and Georgia came downstairs and they were like, is this a new couch? And I was like, because it's got pillows on it. Bought a new rug. Didn't really love this rug, but whatever. It's fine. I had these pictures that are on the side of the tables. Those pictures were actually over on the other wall back here that you can't see.
that I had like bought at a yard sale or whatever many, many years ago. When I first bought this house, not me, my mother bought this house 10 years ago. We were broke. And so all of these impressionist art pictures that I had from a yard sale or a flea market, I framed them in dollar frames from the dollar store. They were $1 each. And for 10 years, they have all been on display in the dining room section of this room over there. And yesterday I went to Home Goods and I bought those 3 frames that have mats. And I took 3 of those pictures and put them here. And I felt like it was a little luxurious, but like, I think those 3 frames together were like $49.99. So I spent $50. Just saying, 10 years ago, I used $1 dollar store frames. And for 10 years, those worked. And when I said I was working and making money, there would be signs. There's a sign. Those same pictures were over there in cheap frames, and now they're in decent frames. So anyway, that's the living room right now. We have so much more that we have to work on. When I'm done here, I'm going to eat lunch, and then we're going to go finish the dining room side, and we've got to work on that. And then just like each room kind of like refreshing and doing a fall winter refresh. I hope everybody can like kind of like do the same thing. Just look at your space, make the best of what you have, spend a little bit of money. This is barely any money at all, by the way. I was going to paint. I had a whole thing picked out, and I ultimately decided against that project. The paint is totally fine, and I'm not going to do it. So it wasn't just his fault. I got the loophole lawyer and umbrella guy confused. It's not the same. Okay, it's no worries. It's not loophole. It's loophole lawyer. Got it. Not the umbrella guy. Thank you. So anyway, so that's what I did this weekend. We went to the Eagles Patriots game, which was great. And I think that's it. I had something else to tell you. We are working on the bunny weekend. Let me go back to here. I'm going to share it. So we're doing a weekend. It's the weekend of, so Saturday, October 10th, Amy, funeral lady, she had a very successful evening with mediums, and it was so popular. She is doing another one again, and it is the weekend of our bunny weekend. So if you would like to participate in this, please contact Amy. There's a $50 fee for this. It includes light refreshments. It was such an amazing event last time. I believe I saw a text from Amy. Someone purchased me a ticket for this, which is so I was going anyway, but thank you. And I know like there have been a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of pre-sale. So if you'd like to attend this, there's that. We will be working out the details of our event, which will be on Sunday. It's a holiday weekend. Because Monday is Columbus Day. Moons is going to be local. I mean, I'm trying to get Spicy Misty to come up, but we're going to do a bunny weekend, and we're going to try to make it like really great. And we'll get more details, hopefully like in the next week. Okay. I think that's it. I'm off X. I apologize. I can't be there on it anymore. And honestly, don't bring any shit from X to Bunnyverse. It defeats the whole purpose. Yes, we're going to do a Buntoberfest, essentially. Right? We should do a live show. We should do a live show. Okay, that's it. I feel like we have to go. We didn't listen to any of our good songs. We have so many good songs. We have so many good songs. What's this one?
Jimmy, I know you're out there.
No.
They call me Old Money Aiden, right after they call my docket. Chains around my hands by Gucci, they shine bright when they lock it. Paid for that new car in cash, baby, the prettiest red you've ever seen. Where did the money come from? On the back of Karen Reed. Horse! I'm fighting for my life. Horse! All I want is all your cash. Horse! I hate you, but Look at my expensive website that crashes each time you click. Get rich and pay, you can't avoid the ads. Sorry, pores can suck my dick. Don't ask me where your money goes, you will never ever know. Violating bail at D&E Pizza, back to court I go. Pores, I'm fighting for my life. Pores, all I want is all your cash. Pores, I hate you, but I need you. Pores, every one of you are trash. I don't care what your name is, girl, you make 10K a month, let me see. Let's give this turtle chat a whirl. Fake abortions, they ain't free. You see, I'm old money right here. Look at this fancy camera and sound. The production is so top tier. Just wait a sec while I fix it now.
All right, then I didn't really want to end on that note. I was just saying that we hadn't played a song in a while. Now it's really time to go. I'm going thrifting today with Julia and Georgia. Julia doesn't work on Mondays, so we're going thrifting. She just called me. I said, give me 5 minutes. I want to end the show. I don't tell people what to do. I don't need an apology. I don't need you to not do your valid truth journey. But we can go if you want to go. I mean, if that's what you want to do, we can go. I don't want to. I don't want to do any of this stuff. Because what's going to happen is you'll do your valid truth journey. A bunch of people will be like, wow, she's a fucking cunt. I hate her. I'll cry over it for fucking 5 days. And then like this core group of people is going to be like, bitch, don't you even fucking think about it. And I'll just get back up again. And I'll start doing a whole fucking show every fucking week about you. And people will listen to me. Maybe 500, maybe 5,000. Who knows? I'm covering your court case. I'm going to go cover your court case. I'm going to cover your trial. I'm going to do it from my perspective. And it's not going to be mainstream media where they can't say shit. It's going to be from my perspective where I can say whatever I want. So how does this work? What's the landscape look like? Well, how do we get over the hill of like a valid truth journey? Can't believe I'm going to be victimized. I'm a valid truth journey of Aiden Carney G. Yet another person who was close to Aiden who is going to be victimized with a valid truth journey. No different than Meredith, no different than Karen, no different than Altman, no different than me, no different than Leah. Everybody, same thing. I'm actually stupid for ever thinking that it wouldn't be me. I'm dumb. You dumb whore.
Come and listen to me, baby. I'm gonna talk all night long about everything so boring, and maybe even a song. But don't worry, baby, you won't ever want to miss. No matter what I start with, we always come back to this. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. There's a trial on TV, let's pull it on the screen. I see the judge drop the gavel, but what rules is your vagine. I am a master builder, brick by brick I build 'em real mean. Everything is awesome, but have I mentioned my specialty? It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. Bread is simple, but I can bake. Nature gives me all the yeast. Sounds boring, but don't worry, I'm thinking it's time to eat. Muffins aren't even safe, I can sex those up real good. Draw one with fishnets like you, baby, you know I glaze real good. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. You wanna talk about smallpox, but my mind is already there. Sex with my neighbor's daughter, this STD we gonna share. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me those stories and I will give you sex.